Welcome to the Special Magistrate hearing for November 12, 2024. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. Are you going to be speaking? The lady in front of you. Awesome. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Yes. Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
What happened? Good morning, everyone. Our first case is on page 53. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2402-0106, case address 3001 Northwest 24th Court, owner Hyacinth and Tremont Tolles. This case was first heard 5/14/24 to comply by 11/3/24. One section not complied at $50 per day, $450 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. This case came before a magistrate on 5/14, where evidence was presented and found for the city. At the special magistrate on 5/14, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 174 days to come into compliance, or $50 a day thereafter. A total of 9 inspections were made on the property. As of pre-hearing inspection on 11/7, the case is not in compliance. The client is working with the City of Fort Lauderdale Housing and Commercial Development, so we're requesting 119 days with a stay of fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Laura De Luca, Construction Review Specialist, Housing and Community Development, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. And your name, please?
Tremont Tolles.
Okay. And is the property owner in agreement with the 119-day extension?
Yes, we agree.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2407-0895, case address 235 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Terry Bittler Ward, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Hello. I seem to have misplaced many things, and
The inspector's going to go first if you don't mind.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hello.
Good morning, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407-0895. The address is 235 Southwest 22nd Street. I inspected this property on July 31st, 2024, and cited for the following violations: 9-280H, which is complied; 9-304B, which is complied; 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305B, which is complied. I inspected the property. Inspection report was posted on the property on July 31st, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected September 5th, 2024, posted October 22nd, 2024. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 5th, 2024, and found that the violation remains. City is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Terry Bitzler Ward.
Okay. Ms. Ward, would you, are you in agreement to bring the rest? It looks like you made a good start. You're in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 63 days? Good.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, yes, we love cooperative neighbors. So.
I'm doing the best I'm able to do, given everything that happens.
All right, so
to
just
everybody.
if you run into a problem, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector so he's aware. Okay? All right.
I will.
63 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 56, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24040555, case address 301 Southwest 1st Avenue, owner PMG Graybrook Riverfront 2 LLC. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 8/13/24. One suspension from 8/13/24 to 11/12/24. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 11/13/24, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case numbers CE 24040555 for the property located at 301 Southwest 1st Avenue. This case was first heard on 6/11, where Special Magistrate ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations of the property by 8/13, with a mandatory reappearance and a fine of $100 per day thereafter. At the 8/13 hearing, Special Magistrate granted a 91-day extension in order to reappear for today. The violation at this property has still not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting a daily fine of $100 to begin tomorrow if compliance is not met.
Okay, good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Andrew Shine, representing the property owner.
Why is this taking so long?
Good question. We are still in the urban design and planning process. We submitted on July 26th of this year, before that hearing. The city did ask for additional info on August 8th. We did have to hire an architect to get that additional info, which we resubmitted on September 13th. So about a month after that hearing, we resubmitted in response to their comments. We followed up with staff on September 19th, September 24th, October 22nd, and we finally received comments when I emailed the city and said, we have a special magistrate hearing coming up. I need to tell them something. Please give us comments. Let us know. We did get the comments on November 4th, and we resubmitted in response to those comments the same day. So we're still in the urban design and planning process. They take an inordinate amount of time. We'd ask for 63 days. A shorter time period would actually be a little bit better for us so we can keep that fire lit under city staff. But as to how long it's going to take from here, it's all in staff's hands at the moment.
Okay, 60,
Yes, Your Honor. 63 days, yes, Your Honor. The city has no objection to that.
okay, all right.
And we'd request an order to reappear and a stay of fines as well.
Yes, and that would be on my January 14th docket, and the fines will be stayed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 30. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 24100153, case address 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Gianfranco Petrone and Alina Smorla, posted at property 102324, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on October 9th, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15281A, there is an operation of vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on 11/7/24, and the violation remains. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $250 per day for $250 per day thereafter.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Alina Smoller.
And Gianfranco Petrone.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 15 days?
Absolutely.
Of course, and also like we applied for renewal, but unfortunately our case wasn't approved.
Because there was a...
Yes, we have some pending citations, but we've tried our best. Of course, we would like to run our business according to compliance.
Okay, all right, 15 days or $250 a day thereafter.
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
If we have
We have
another
another
citation,
case.
we will be called later,
Okay.
or we're just going to stay?
No, we're going to hear it now. The next case, page 32. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, Paul Smart presenting, case number CE 24100113, case address 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Gianfranco Petrone and Alina Smollia. This case was first cited 10-5-24 to comply by 10-5-24. We're asking that you please silence all your devices. This case was first cited 10-5-24 to comply by 10-5-24. 3 sections complied at $250 per day for a total of $750. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10-20-24, and the citation appeal was received.
Good morning, Inspector Smart representing for Senior Inspector Inspector Simmons. This is for case number CE 24-100113. Case address is 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner, Patron, Gianfranco. And this property was first inspected on 10-5-2024 following a neighbor complaint. Report number was 241-00-423-4351 about loud noise and illegal parking at a vacation rental. And the following violations were observed. Violation 15-275. 5, responsible party failed to respond to the property in person within the hour of being notified of a vacation rental occupant, law enforcement officer, emergency personnel, or the city. The violation is transient in nature, one-time fine of $250. Violation 15-278, 1E. This is a Chapter 15, Article X, Vacation Rental Standards, parking violation occurring at the property. This violation is transient in nature, one-time fine of $250, and violation 15-2782B, the maximum occupancy of the property is being exceeded. There are approximately 17 or more people at the property. The property has 3 bedrooms, so no more than 9 people are allowed to be at the property. This vacation rental is, this violation is transient in nature, one-time fine of $250. So, yep. And these were the 3 citations that were issued to the property.
Okay. Please state your name again for the record.
Alina Smoller.
And Gianfranco Petrone.
Okay. What is it you want to tell me about these violations in support of your appeal?
Okay, so from our side, we try to warn our guests in all the ways that they have to, that we have only 2 maximum 3 parking spaces. We have the picture attached on the wall. Also, we send them different, if you want to take a look at it.
Reminders about
yes, on all the platforms that they have to follow the rules. And of course, the maximum occupancy that we allow on the property is 6 people. Yes, and I can show you this if you want to see.
No, I appreciate that you have rules you set for your guests. However, it's still your responsibility to see that the rules are enforced, and especially when there is a problem, it's your responsibility to be at the property within an hour.
Yeah. I totally
yes,
agree.
We received the call it was 1 a.m. in the morning, and the number was not from the city or from the inspector or from the guest. Yeah. So because of now 1 a.m. in the morning, we didn't answer to this number because it was a strange number.
Yeah.
But actually when we see the number of the inspector or from the area code of the city, or from the guest, we are there to answer even 24/7.
Yeah, but unfortunately also the number that called us doesn't correspond to the number of the officer. And also the day after, when we tried to call multiple times this number, we never received any answer. The first thing, and the second thing, there is no secretary stating that it's a city inspector. So from our side, I understand we have to reply to the calls, and I totally agree with that. But also it has to be the number of the inspector, but it was just a random number that we tried to call, and
it was from maybe West
that
Palm Beach.
corresponds to West Palm Beach, the code area. So it wasn't the area code of City of Fort Lauderdale.
And 1 a.m. in the morning, we
Yes.
Maybe it's a scam or
Yes,
something.
the number that was calling was 561.
Good.
Normally, the city of Fort Lauderdale is 754 or
Good.
954.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The 561 number does belong to a code officer. They are given area codes of numbers that are available. If there's no 954 or 754 number available, they have to get what is available. So the 561 number is the code officer's phone number.
Yeah, but I called it, and it says that it's a part of West Palm Beach. So,
Even-
and it doesn't correspond to the city. I can show it.
I know the number. It is the code officer's phone number. And although it has a 561 area code, it is your responsibility to answer the phone and to show up at the property.
But how can I know about that? If it's
you have a
officially on the Google, it says if I will Google it because
I understand. It's a 561 area code. I truly understand what you're saying. But as a vacation rental operator in the city of Fort Lauderdale, you are required to respond. So at 1 a.m., if you get a call from a strange number, I would have answered because I have a vacation rental in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And so that is the importance of answering the phone call as the responsible party. You are responsible to answer the phone call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and respond within an hour.
But we are responsible, but we cannot control or force the guests.
All right.
We are not
all
the
right.
police.
Okay.
So.
You are responsible.
I know that we're responsible.
Okay.
Just
Under
unfortunately,
the
the number
code, you
wasn't
are
corresponding.
responsible, okay?
I understand.
All right, I'm going to impose the fine of $750.
What about the suspension? Can you please work on that, please?
It's not in front of me, the suspension right now.
So what can we do here about this?
Well, they may reschedule it for some other time, but that's not in front of me this morning, so I can't address any potential suspension. I'm not ordering a suspension at this time, I'm just ordering the fine.
I'm sorry, about the other citations, like we did all our best and we complied with the ordinance of the city, so why you are confirming the citation? I understand about the call, but I don't understand about the maximum occupancy and the other one.
Unfortunately, we were trying to do our best, and I know that guests were...
Like we complied with all the city says.
Well, I understand that, but that night there was a lack of compliance and it was a violation, so I'm sorry, but my ruling stands.
We're so sorry about that.
Okay,
Oh my
thank
God.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 23080215, case address 301 Seabreeze Boulevard, owner A1A Boat Marina LLC, posted at property 101624, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This property was cited on August 9th, 2023 by Supervisor Kaloian for the following violation. 47-20.20D, there is a trailer being stored in the parking lot for fishing headquarters. And violation 47-20.20B. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are holes and the surface is uneven. The markings are worn. Numerous conversations were had with the owner, Martin Lucas, including allowing generous extensions of time to come into compliance. Once the matter was transferred to me this year, I also spoke with the owner and assisted with resolving a question involving striping the parking lot. The necessary permit was issued. However, upon pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, November 10th, the stripes were still absent. In addition, the trailer with a large shark mounted on top of it is parked in the adjacent 7-Eleven parking lot, which is not permitted there either, and is a violation for the neighboring business. Therefore, the city requests 10 days or $100 per day per violation.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Martin Lucas.
Okay, Mr. Lucas, are you willing to bring this property into compliance within the next 10 days per the city's request?
Yes, ma'am. The parking will be finished today.
Great. Wonderful. So if you run into a problem, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector, but I'll order 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
The trailer's okay. Just take the shark off.
The owner is asking about the trailer, and the trailer would be permitted on site without the shark. The issue is the shark isn't a permissible advertisement there due to the height, apparently. Who Mr. Lucas he's been in touch with the city before, and there was an issue with the height.
So ditch the shark.
Yeah.
I'd like to appeal. They say the shark is okay. They just want to do it in a position that's unsafe for the shark. I'd like to appeal that to someone.
You want to appeal my ruling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. That's your prerogative to appeal my ruling.
I had a meeting with 7 people on a big boardroom at the other offices, and they said the shark was fine. They wanted it 5 feet.
I don't know who these people are, but the inspector is telling you it doesn't meet code, okay? So.
Okay, the reason I'd like to appeal, it doesn't meet code because of hurricane wind restrictions or something. I'm asking that it's on wheels. I can take it to my warehouse if a trailer comes. I mean, if a hurricane comes.
Okay, I can't give you an exception. If it's a code violation, it's a code violation. I can't do an exception.
Okay.
So-
We will remove the shark
Okay. All right.
from the trailer.
10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24020553, case address 618 Northwest 11th Avenue, owner Claude Lampkin Jr. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 8/29/24. 3 sections complied at $25 per day, $825 accrued. The city is requesting $534.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240200553 for the property located at 618 Northwest 11th Avenue. This case was first heard on 5/30/2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner, ordered to correct the violations at this property. The violations at this property were brought into compliance. As of 9/9/2024, all violations were complied. The city is requesting administrative costs in the amount of $534.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Claude Lampkin.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to the city's cost of $535 to $4?
Well, everything was complied.
Mhm.
I know I was a little late because I came here on the 8th when I supposed to have the hearing, October the 8th, but the building was closed due to the hurricane. So,
Do these numbers take into consideration the canceled hearing last month? Yeah, because these were before then, right? Okay, yeah. This was before the hurricane that the fines started to run. Okay. City costs are $534. Okay.
I'm hoping this could suspend it because all the complaints are finished.
Because of why?
Because everything is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you-
It matter wasn't on time, but it is.
All right. Okay. I will reduce the fine to $250, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Where do I pay it and how much time?
You'll
do I
get an
have?
order in the mail, and it'll have instructions for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24060246, case address 1912 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Mohammed Huzanzada. This case was first heard 7/25/24 to comply by 8/9/24. 1 section complied at $1,000 per day, $14,000 accrued. The city is requesting $1,049.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lynn Champagne for the city for case number CE 24060246, 1912 Northeast 21st Avenue. This was originally cited for 15272A. Utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing, unless a vacation rental certificate is obtained for the property. This case was first heard in 7/25/24 to comply by 8/9/2024 or $1,000 a day thereafter. This case was out of compliance for 14 days. $1,000 a day is $14,000. They have gotten a certificate. Okay, so the city is requesting administration fees of $1,049.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Muhammad Hussein Zada.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to city's costs of $1,049?
Well, because me, I'm not from here, I hired this company to take care of the permit and everything, and somehow it took time for them. Then Mr. Champagne called me. Right away after myself, I took action and fixed all the things that he was asking. So now I don't know, like, which.
Well, I appreciate your diligence, but it's your responsibility to make sure you comply with the vacation rental laws. And a reduction from a fine of $14,000 to city cost of $1,049, I think, is reasonable and
especially
generous.
I came last month.
Yeah.
It was canceled, to pay the plane tickets and go back, this and that,
Yep, I'm sorry. City cost of $1,049.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24030096, case address 1427 Southwest 16 Terrace, owner Mark D. Ament. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 8/23/24 and 9/10/24. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number C 24030096 for the property located at 1427 Southwest 16 Terrace. This case was heard on 3/4/2024, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 9/10. Two of the violations that the property have still not been brought into compliance. The case has not been non-compliant for 63 days with a fee of $50 per violation per day for a total of $6,300 currently due. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines of the amount of $6,300 with the fees continuing to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
Mark Ament.
Okay, sir. Why is it taking so long to bring the rest
Everything is in compliance except for the canopy that's in the front yard.
Okay.
I was told it's been up for 6 years before I put it up. I had building and zoning come out. They told me I did not need a permit for it. Now they're telling me, they told me if it was not attached to the house and could be moved, I didn't need a permit. Now they're telling me I have to take it down because I don't have a permit. It's been up for 6 years.
Okay.
And now all of a sudden I have to take it down. My neighbors have canopies. They never had permits.
Can you explain the
Why do they have
violation
to
to
take
him
theirs down?
and the setbacks that are involved in that, please?
Your Honor, to be clear, this area was given actually, or this case was given to me by a prior inspector.
I've
but
had 3 different inspectors.
Please don't interrupt.
Gustav.
I won't speak over you if you don't speak over us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
What's been happening is around in the city, in my areas, there have been canopies that have been brought up just like that one that you have there. We have been citing properties owners for having that type of canopies around the city. If you wish to keep it, if you wish to keep the canopy, you have to go through the proper process, which is getting a permit for the building. It's a structure what you have to. So it requires a permit. I am not the building inspector. I don't do that. But if you wish to keep it, there is a process. Now, if the building department says you can't keep it for whatever reason, you have to take it down, and that's why the violation still exists, sir.
Okay. I was told that if it was not attached to the building, it could be moved. I didn't need a permit by the city. That's what I was told by the city.
Who told you that, sir?
Building and zoning.
Okay.
Sir, those are two different departments. Do you know who you spoke to?
I've talked to this Gustav, the guy that was the inspector. I've had 3 different inspectors on this come out, and I've told them the story behind it. And
Right, but you said you spoke to building and zoning, so that wouldn't be a code officer. That would be somebody.
I don't know who I spoke to,
Okay.
but I was told the same thing. If it's not attached to the house and you can move it, I don't need a permit.
Okay. Supervisor, did you want to be heard?
So you don't know who you spoke to? You don't have anybody that we can speak to?
No.
Specifically for these canopies, we have brought the same exact type of canopy to Magistrate, and the property owner did have to go through the permitting process, and they did have to obtain a permit, or they removed it.
I got 10
So
other people on my street, guy, and
I
they never
understand
went
what
through
you're
it.
saying about it being attached and not being attached. Maybe somebody did say something to you once upon a time and it changed along the way. I wasn't there, I can't speak to it, but I do know where we have had cases where the canopies were not attached to the homes and they did have to get a permit.
Okay, what do I have to do to get the permit?
Well, you have to apply for it, sir, in the building department. What? Oh, okay.
For the record, Amy Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Supervisor.
Okay, can you tell him where he needs to apply for the permit?
So you can actually come to our building, or I can give you my card, and it would be through the building department. It would go through a permitting process. So it would go through a couple of different stages. But the code officer or myself, we can give you the contact information of where you need to go, who you need to reach out to go through the permitting process.
Okay.
And then once you come into compliance, we can come back and assess the fines.
Okay. I'm going to give you a 63-day extension. Do you want an order to reappear? Okay, all
That will
right.
be fine, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you a 63-day extension and suspend the fines during that period so you can go and apply for your permit, and then you will reappear on my January 14th docket. If it comes into compliance before then, call the inspector. He'll come out and inspect the paperwork and whatever, and then you won't have to come to the hearing, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 55. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24020419, case address 1209 Southwest 20th Street, owner Kelly Callagher. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 9/26/24. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,700 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for an extension.
Good morning. Gail Williams presenting on behalf of Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24020419, property address 1209 Southwest 20th Street. Violation 47-21.15A. 1 water oak tree were removed without first obtaining a permit. The case will be brought to special magistrate to request imposition of fines up to $150 for irreparable and irreversible violation. 47-19.2.HH.11.1. There is a storage/shipping container being used for personal or storage at this RS8 single-family zone without a permit. Notice of hearing posted on the property, pre-hearing conducted on November 8th, reveals the following violations remain. Property owner is here to give us the status of the permits and compliance. And the city is not opposed to an extension with a stay of fine of 63 days.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
I'm Kelly Keller.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the 63-day extension and suspension of the fines during that period?
Well, I don't need an extension. I already applied for the permit.
Okay. Well, you got to get the permit.
Okay.
You haven't
I'm
received.
not really sure.
You
I
haven't
already
received.
applied for it. I haven't
Right, but have
received it.
you received it yet?
No.
Has it been issued to you yet?
No, I submitted everything to the city for the permit 2 weeks ago.
Okay, correct. So once it's issued to you and you remove the storage unit and everything else will come in compliance, that's the reason why we're giving you the extension
Okay,
to do
so,
this.
all right, so that's fine. I mean, I already applied for it, so I don't know where that's at this time.
Okay,
For
I'm
the
going to give you
tree.
63 days to obtain the permit, and.
Permit for which part?
Pardon me?
Permit for which part?
Well, you have to do, he has to do an after-the-fact permit for the tree, correct?
Correct, yes.
And he has to do.
The permit for the
permit
storage unit.
for the storage thing,
If
or
it's
remove
But
allowed.
I'm
it.
told I can't get a permit for the storage shed.
Okay, so you're gonna have to remove it.
Okay?
All right.
63 days, suspend the fines during that time. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next case, bottom of page 55, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24030534, case address 333 Southeast 25th Street, owner Federal 627 North LLC. This case was first heard 7/9/24 to comply by 8/13/24. One suspension from 8/13/24 to 11/12/24. 3 sections not complied at $200 per day. Fines start 11/13/24, and this is in order to reappear.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24030534. The address is 333 Southeast 25th Street. Case was first heard on July 9th, 2024, where the magistrate found for the city giving to August 13th, 2024 to comply by or a fine of $200 per violation. Fines were suspended on August 13th, 2024 to November 12th, 2024. Property was re-inspected November 7th, 2024, and the violations remain. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-19 4C.2, placement of storage container receptacles or dumpsters that service a property upon or on the street, alley, or right-of-way is unlawful. And violation 47-341A1. There's illegal land use occurring, excuse me. At this B3 zone property, there are multiple food trucks being stored in the parking lot, and they are being utilized to conduct business. There's a portable toilet, pallets, chairs, tables, containers, used cooking oil container on property and or its right-of-way. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted August 12, 2024, and the violation remains. The last inspection was conducted October 23rd, 2024, and the violation remains. The respondent is here to give us an update.
Hi, good morning. My name is Andrew Fleischman. I have a power of attorney for Federal 627 North. I sublease a property to another company. There is a legal process that's in court that we discussed the past hearing. The attorney that was handling the case had a major medical condition, so things got delayed. We're expecting them to be off the property hopefully soon, depending on the court. Requesting a time extension of 119 days.
Okay. City's position?
119 days? Yes.
Okay.
We agree.
119 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, and with an order to reappear.
Oh, yes, you're going to reappear on my March 11th docket.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24090285, case address 3531 Southwest 14th Street, owner Judith Santiago, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning.
All right, Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24090285 at address 3531 Southwest 14th Street. This case was first cited on September 11, 2024 for the following violations. 9-305B, complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22020-147. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-304B, complied. The gravel driveway and the asphalt driveway are in disrepair. The gravel driveway has grass growing through it, and the asphalt driveway has cracks. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22020-147. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 3, 2024, and the property was in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 9-305B and 9-304B.
Okay, what about violation 47 dash? Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Judy Santiago.
Okay, Ms. Santiago, do you understand that the code violations are now in compliance, so we're happy about that. But what the city is asking me for is a finding of fact, which means I will not issue a fine today, but if it happens again, you will be fined.
He's here for.
I'm just translating.
Please state. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Joe
All right,
Mars.
wait 1 second.
One second,
I
we
gotta
really
get
need a code officer.
to translate.
Gus. Sorry, just to make sure.
Do you swear to truthfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English? All right, thanks.
She's saying that basically that she doesn't understand what the violation is because according to her, she has actually complied with the violation.
Yes.
So
Go ahead. Sorry. So both of the violations are complied. One was for missing ground cover, and you can see in the pictures where that was. And the other was for the gravel driveway.
La gravilla que usted tenía en el estacionamiento.
That stuff was growing through it.
Que había maleza que estaba creciendo a través de ella.
Okay, can you explain to her that there's no fine for today,
No hay ninguna
but I'm going to issue a finding of fact that if it happens again, she will be fined.
Pero la jueza le está diciendo que le va a dar un hecho de hoy que tuvo una violación en el pasado. Hoy la violación no existe, pero si pasa otra vez la violación, ya sea el inspector o cualquier otra persona le puede multar automáticamente. Pero hoy no hay ninguna violación ni multas.
Okay. Le puedo preguntar por qué 2 o 3 casas en el vecindario están en peores condiciones.
She's asking why she was targeted when 2 or 3 houses around her neighborhood had the same thing.
Well, we'll get to them all eventually.
Usualmente le van a llegar las notificaciones. For years, I've been passing by, it's always the same thing.
Okay. All right. Your case is in front of me now. Eventually, the inspectors will bring them in front of me as well. So that's my ruling. I'm just finding a fact that the violation existed.
Hecho que existía y hoy la violación no existe.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Sí, señor.
Thanks, Gus.
Our next case, page 37, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24030710, case address 2340 Northwest 11th Street, owner Henry L. Coleman. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 6/21/24 and 9/10/24. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $12,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. At special magistrate hearing on 6/11/24, Flynn ordered 91 days to come into compliance with $50 a day. A total of 11 inspections were done on the property. As pre-hearing inspection on 11/7/24, the case is not in compliance. The city is requesting a 147-day extension with a stay of fines.
Okay, do you want an order to reappear? Or-
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Henry Coleman.
Okay, Mr. Coleman, the city's asking me to enter an order giving you an 147-day extension to bring the remaining violations into compliance and to stay the fines during that time. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you're ordered to reappear on my docket of April 8th, 2025, unless the property's brought into compliance beforehand, and then you don't have to come, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24030965, case address 800 Northwest 4th Street, owner New Mount Olive Baptist Church, Inc. This case was first heard 5/14/24 to comply by 6/11/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $3,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24030965 for address 800 Northwest 4th Street. This case was previously heard on September 10th hearing, where the magistrate ordered a 28-day extension. As of November 10th, 2024, the property remains in violations as per the photos depict. However, it should be noted that they were able to place sod along majority of the swale and missing ground cover inside the property as well. The property owner is here and stated that the remaining areas of missing ground cover have now been covered with sod. At this time, the city is requesting a 10-day extension to allow for a reinspection to be done to verify the possibility of compliance with the case and a stay of fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rosine, 5 Ferris.
Okay, now the exterior of the building's been done and the sod's been put down, is that correct?
I can't speak for the exterior of the building because the building had nothing to do with New Mount Olive Baptist Church.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You're correct, I made a mistake. Okay, so the landscape and swale, do you agree to the 10-day extension so she can re-inspect?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
One
Thank you
other question, I don't know if this is the right venue, but we'd like to ask for suspension of the fines. Or that the fines be lifted.
Yeah, I'm not going to, I can't do that until it comes into compliance.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23080539, case address 5199 Southwest 27th Avenue, owner 519 Southwest 27th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 4/9/24 to comply by 5/14/24 and 7/9/24. 1 suspension from 7/9/24 to 10/8/24. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $4,100 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This case was first brought before the Special Magistrate on 4/9/24, where Special Magistrate Cannon ordered 10 days to comply for violation 9-363, landlord registration, 35 days for violation 9-306, exterior maintenance, and 91 days for violation 47-20.20.(H) for parking lot maintenance. or $100 per day per violation thereafter. Special Magistrate Cannon also ordered a mandatory reappearance. At the Special Magistrate hearing dated 7/9/24, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 91-day extension for the violation of 47-20.20 parking lot maintenance with an order to reappear. A building permit number BLDGEN 240700052 was open. However, corrections are needed to the application and is awaiting client's reply with the final notice issued for the corrections to be made within 30 days, on which was sent out on 10/23/24. The property owner is here requesting additional time.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
All right, there's two of us. My name is Dr. Harvey Adelson, and I've spoken with Ms. Moore about our situation, and this person is my contractor.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
William Stecker.
Okay, how much more
General
time?
contractor.
Yeah, how much more time do you think you need?
Here's the, well, I don't know if you saw it. The problem we've got with this property,
Mm-hmm.
all right, I applied for a permit. I'm sorry?
You have
Oh,
to speak
I'm
into
sorry.
the mic. It's
I'm sorry.
okay.
We applied for permit for the whole property to be re-asphalted.
Okay.
The problem we run into is, as you can see, there's gravel,
Okay.
right, which you can't have. You know, applying for the permit, the reviewer told me, go back into the records on the building to see what size parking spaces you had at the time, so on and so forth. What I think happened in the interim, they had flooding problems in the back.
Okay.
So they tore up the asphalt and put gravel to absorb the water.
Ah.
What you're seeing here in water is nothing compared to what I've seen after one afternoon rain.
Mhm.
I have pictures here if you want to see them.
I'll
It's-
take your word for it, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said I'll take your word for it.
All right. It would become a lake. If we tear up that gravel and asphalt it, this will become a lake. There's a three-pole problem. I've met engineers out there and multiple times trying to figure out how we can drain this property.
Uh-huh.
The three properties that surround the building,
Mhm.
all right, are all higher than this, and we can't raise it. In fact, the neighbor behind this property is now growing sugarcane? Sugarcane.
He raised his property.
He raised his property to grow sugarcane. And I think you filed a complaint or something, didn't you?
I didn't file the complaint because I found out that I had to go through planning and zoning, and then planning and zoning said to me that I have to file a complaint, that code inspector has to come out and take a look at what they've done at the adjacent property.
The issue we have now is, I spoke to Ms. Moore earlier today. We are willing to do the front because we don't have the flooding problem in the front. We need a long extension for the back because this is a major job
Okay.
for the drainage. And what I think happened in the end, I think I'm repeating myself, but when I looked at the old records, the microfiche of the building, all that was asphalt.
Mhm.
Somewhere in the interim, before Dr. Adelson had the property, someone tore up the asphalt, put in gravel to absorb some of the water.
Right,
It
right.
still doesn't absorb all the water.
Yeah.
And we can't drain into the city sewer system.
Mhm.
So I've had 2 or 3 engineers talk to me about it, trying to figure out how we can absorb all that water.
Okay, Inspector, obviously they need some time to work this out. Do you have any problem with the
No
extension?
oppositions whatsoever.
Okay.
It's going to, I would imagine,
Give me a guesstimate.
it might be 6 months to get a permit while we figure out the drainage. This is not a simple, I'm an engineer by myself. I'm an engineer also, and I know what it's going to take, and it's very time consuming.
All right, I'm going to give you an extension of 147 days and an order to reappear, just to give me a status. If it's not, I'll work with you, but if you
Thank
could
you.
do the front
We are going to do the
in the
front.
meantime, that
Yes.
will go a long way for me to continue to work with you.
We already spoke about it. We're going to do the front.
Okay.
We didn't know we could do them.
Okay.
We thought we had to do the whole project.
Right.
Okay. Well, you do have to do the whole project
Yeah, no.
eventually, but it shows good faith and diligence to at least have
We
part
thought
of
we had
it
to do the
done.
whole project at the same time.
Right, yeah. Okay,
Special magistrate, can we also do a stay of fines within that time?
yes, we'll suspend the fines,
Thank you.
and you'll be ordered to reappear on my April 8th docket, okay? All right, thanks,
April
gentlemen.
8th, you said?
April
We have your
8th,
pen.
yes.
I think we have another one in front of you.
Oh, okay,
With Mr. Eason, I believe.
okay,
You said April 8th?
yes.
The next case, page 39, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 2401-0705, case address 1801 Southwest 11th Court, owner Harvey J. Edelson Family Trust. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 8/29/24. One section complied $100 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting $718.
Good morning, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2401-0705 for the address located at 1801 Southwest 11th Court. The case was first heard at 6/27/24, where the magistrate found for the city granting until 8/29/24 to comply or a fine $100 per day thereafter. A reinspection was conducted on 9/12/24 and found the violation was complied. The city at this time is only requesting admin cost of $718.
Okay. Please state your name again for the record.
I'm sorry?
Please state your name again for the record.
William Stecker.
Okay, all right.
All right, we had a bit of an issue with the city getting the permit. We must have applied for that permit 6 months before we ever got it. They lost it. They were sending notices to a contractor in Miami, not to me. And it took a while before we found out the problem. They had the wrong email and the wrong phone number. I don't know how it happened, clerical, whatever.
That contractor was never hired by me. That
Right.
was a clerical error by the city of Fort Lauderdale.
It took 6 months to get that permit. We got it on 8/14. We were done, I think, before Mr. Eason inspected it, we were done already. I mean, how fast am I supposed to get a job done with a concrete slab, fencing? I mean, we did it in just over 3 weeks.
And there's another fence up also.
And
I don't know if it shows it on there.
Yeah, there's another fence on the other side that Dr. Adelson decided to do to clean up the property better.
Okay.
I don't think there should be, I used to sit on the plantation code board. Honestly, I don't think there should be any fine.
Okay. Generally, the notice goes to whatever address is on the property appraiser's website.
Not the permitting. The permitting goes to the contractor.
Okay.
All comments from the city go to the contractor.
Okay, so you were waiting, did you apply for the permit?
Yes.
Or someone else did?
No, I applied for the permit.
Okay.
I've been doing business with the city.
And it went to a different contractor?
Somehow they had the wrong email, the wrong phone number. How they did that, I have no idea.
All right. I will reduce the fine to $250. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Is that
Have a
okay?
good day.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now he's
My
going to buy
pleasure.
me lunch.
Okay, good. Enjoy.
He eats a lot.
Enjoy.
Our next case, page 40, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 2401-0336, case address 2648 Nassau Lane, owner Roger Ray. This case was first heard 3/12/24 to comply by 8/13/24. One suspension from 9/10/24 to 11/12/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous Officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24010-336, address 2648 Nassau Lane. This case was first cited on January 10th, 2024 for the following violations: 47-19.2 HH 112.C comply. 9-304B, there are vehicles/trailers parked on the grass/lawn area, RV parked in the rear yard on the grass. 9-280H1 comply. 18-12A comply. 18-1 comply. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024. Violations 9-304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the records.
Sure, Annette Ray.
Okay, Ms. Ray, why is this still sitting there?
Because I don't have a permit to do the pavers for the RV. Permit was requested in February. It was in limbo. I've been going back and forth to the city. I've even spoken to Chris Hollingsworth in zoning several times. He actually sat with me, making sure that the drawings that we made were perfect and could be put in. Everything was put in. I spoke to you guys when we were here on September 10th, waiting for the permit. I've checked online diligently and in the office again on 9/30, on October 18th, and again on 11/4, where I was told by zoning that it is in review, they are backed up. So I can't do anything unless I have a permit.
Your pavers are in that trailer, is that it?
There are actually pavers under the wheels. There is not one person that I know that has a trailer anywhere that doesn't put pavers under their wheels so that they don't get wheel rot, rubber rot. It's just not all the way out to the street, which is what I was told I had to request the permit for. Pavers from the street into where the actual RV is, even though it's behind a fence.
Okay.
Could you give us a permit number so we could look it up?
Yes. Because I took screenshots when I checked it this last time. BLD GEN 240-20425. Would you like me to repeat?
2402.
0425. And you'll see that it's in review in engineering, in review in zoning 3 times, and in review in building. I don't know what to do. And I know that I have other work to do for the house, so I don't want to pester them and become a Karen so that, seriously, I don't want them to take anything negative against me for my future work.
Well,
So
we would hope they wouldn't do that, or they probably wouldn't remember you.
Well,
okay.
Your secretaries here remember me because I come in and keep asking for more time.
All right.
I don't know what to do.
One moment while we check the permit status. Sure. Do you mind taking us a seat for a minute?
No problem.
Hopefully we could get this straightened out for you. Okay, next case.
Our next case, page 9, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, case number CE 23100501, case address 350 Riviera Isle Drive, owner Kevin Paul Mosher and Kevin Mosher Revocable Living Trust. Posted at property 10/16/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
Good morning, Inspector Del Grasso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This case was cited by Supervisor Kalorian on October 23rd, 2023 for the following violation. 47-19.13.D2. The tidal barrier at this property is in disrepair. Supervisor Kalorian met with the owner on November 7th, 2023 to point out the areas in disrepair that were allowing water to breach the tidal barrier. The owner indicated he would contact the company who installed the seawall to inspect for any cracks. Since the issuance of the first inspection report, a change was made to the language of the ordinance. The updated violation, now known as a tidal barrier rather than a seawall, was noted on an amended inspection report I posted on site at the owner's residence on September 24th, 2024. Numerous inspections have been made during high tide, king tides, and other times to investigate if there remains a breach. All indications show water still permeates through the tidal barrier. I have spoken with the owner, as well as Level Marine, the contractor, and have not received any confirmation that a repair has cured the violation. Therefore, the city seeks 10 days or $100 per day for the violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kevin Mosier.
Okay, Mr. Mosier, you are the property owner, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell me the status of it?
Yes, I've been in touch with Level Marine over the past year. Back in September, they actually poured a footer along one of the pictures that you were showing where originally there was water coming out. We have a whole bunch more pictures if you want to see them. There hasn't, since that time, I haven't seen it because I wasn't at the property at the last king tide. I don't know when the next king tide is because this only occurs at king tide. It doesn't occur at high tide. So I'm waiting to see whether or not that new footer is actually going to solve the problem, but it's been poured and it's done. I have plenty of pictures. It should be noted, though, that the adjacent property is out of code, and where that adjacent property hits my seawall, I actually believe this is where the water is all coming from, and I've got plenty of video evidence to show the water coming during last year's king tide when I was trying to say this is where I believe the water is coming from. We have since poured a footer on my seawall, but I actually don't think that's going to solve the problem eventually because I think the adjacent seawall, our seawall is 5 feet tall, the adjacent seawall is 2.
Okay, if I give the 10 days, are you going to be able to go out there and inspect and, without the tide?
I can go out and inspect to see this footer that has been poured. When did that occur?
Go ahead.
Maria Castro from Lobo Marine. I sent an email to Inspector Paulette and Dorian in October 5 with all the pictures of showing, the footer.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to give the inspector 10 days to re-inspect and then hopefully we can comply the case. And if red tide comes in next year and there's still a problem, it's probably going to have to be readdressed, but
And you can just contact me and let me know what you're about. I live right across the street, so I can meet you there.
But it's a really big problem because that other cap is there, is only 2, so it doesn't matter what we do because we built the whole seawall.
Okay.
It's like 150
she'll come out to the property, inspect, and you'll be able to show her what you mean, okay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going back to page 40, recalling case number CE 2401-0336-2648 Nassau Lane, owner Roger Ray.
Good morning, Magistrate. Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Based upon the review of the property and the permit, the city is going to request 119 days for compliance and to save the fines during that time. And in order to reappear, and hopefully she doesn't have to.
Okay.
From your words,
119
You don't
days.
have to be the Karen. I sent an email to the building department and zoning and asked them what the holdup was.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Our pleasure, thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Supervisor Gail Williams, Senior Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24040726, case address 317 Southwest 6th Street, owner Ada Investments, Inc., posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Can you repeat the address again, please?
317 Southwest 6th Street, Ada Investments. Is there a respondent here for 317 Southwest 6th Street?
No, he left, I'm sorry. The property owner left.
We'll recall it.
Okay.
But
We'll
I'll read
recall
it, yes, I'll read it and.
No, we'll recall it. We've
Okay.
got people waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Our next case, page 46, Inspector Guy Seiderman. All right, moving on to page 19. Inspector Jessica Martinez. Case number CE 24080547, case address 807 Northwest 2nd Avenue, numbers 1 through 3, owner Jackson Faustine LLC, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale, Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 24080547 for 807 Northwest 2nd Ave, 1 through 3. This case was first inspected on August 20th, 2024, and the following violation was observed, 47-2020H, which is now complied. However, this is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23080-790, and the city is requesting an immediate fine of $200 a day, starting from the first day the violation was observed up until the date of compliance. The violation was first observed on August 20th, 2024, and it was complied on October 30th, 2024, which totaled 70 days at $200 a day for a total amount of $14,000.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Jackson Faustine.
Okay, this looks like it was a repeat violation. It's currently in compliance? Okay. All right. And $15,000. Can you tell me why it took so long?
I was already repaid the first time, but the guy doesn't fix the hose. And then it's raining, they become big. They were so small, they become big. And then the other inspector passed, and then he told me to fix it again. So I don't take time before the time I fix it. But before I fix it, if you want, I can show you the first time I fixed the packing. The other inspector, whose name is Gustavo.
What date was the first repair?
Let me find my phone. That was November 24.
Last year. What year?
2023, I think, yeah.
What
I-
year?
That was
That was last year?
2023, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, that would
But
have
you
been.
can show all of them. The first one is there, the second was in my phone.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to impose a fine for the repeat violation of $3,500. Thank you for your time, sir.
Mama, that's too much for me now.
Well,
I don't want
they wanted 14,000.
3,500.
Yeah, I know, but we got to get repeat violations have to have some consequences. And so that's the best I could do for you today, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Guy Siderman. Case number CE 23120704, case address 859 Northwest 16 Terrace, owner Alliance Property Development LLC. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 7/25/24. One suspension from 9/10/24 to 11/12/24. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. $4,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 231200704 for the property located at 859 Northwest 16 Terrace. This case was first heard on 5/30/2024. The magistrate ruled in the favor of the city and the property owner, ordered to correct the violations at this property by 7/25/24. At a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/5/24, and all violations remain. The city is requesting full imposition of fines, which continue to accrue.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. It's Carlos Velasquez.
Okay, you've been given extension since May 30th. Why isn't this done yet?
Well, we got pulled for a permit, and they had approved, the city had approved it, so we can do the swell with asphalt. And apparently the contractor had found that the engineer had requested that it needed to match the existing driveway, so it needed to be concrete. So there was a discrepancy about finding out whether or not it needed to be asphalt on the swell. So that got submitted, it got approved, but then the contractor was told by the engineer at the city that it needed to be concrete. So there was a waiting period time. So I contacted the city, and I spoke with a gentleman in engineering. I forgot his name. I guess it rhymes with a Felix, I think. But it wasn't him that I spoke to. I spoke to his supervisor. Apparently, Felix had a busy schedule. He couldn't call back. So
What is the status now?
the status is that the contractor submitted the new permit for the concrete pour, correct. From the mailbox over to the backside, it hasn't been sodded yet. The reason why is because the contractor needs to excavate all that. Now, they're not going to be responsible for any damages done to the lawn, and that would be a waste of my money for me to put to the property.
Okay, when was the permit for the concrete submitted?
I would have to roughly say about 2 weeks.
All right. Anything else from the city?
No, he has been in contact with me. He did explain that to me on when we did speak, that they were trying to figure out the issue between the concrete and
Okay.
the asphalt.
All right, I'm going to give you a 63-day extension and suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
And if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
We'll do. Hopefully we don't anymore.
All right, thank you.
Good day.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 240202449, case address 831 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner 450 Northeast 9th Avenue, owner LLC, Aimco Investment Company LLC. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 7/25/24. One section complied $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 9/10/24 and rehear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 240202449 for the property located at 831 Northeast 5th Avenue. This case was first heard on 5/30/2024. Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by 7/25 of this year. The violation at this property were brought into compliance on 9/19. In this case, was non-compliant for 56 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $5,600 currently due. Your Honor, we are asking for administrative costs of $755.
$755?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Councilor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate Your Honor's consideration of the administrative costs. If there are going to be 4 of these total.
Okay. Thank you.
So these are 2 existing legal surface parking lots immediately south of Sears. Each sequential case you're going to hear is for an individual folio. And
all right, okay.
so there was nothing, this was an administrative issue. The city had changed its policy and said it wanted multiple business taxes for each folio, and we worked through that. So
okay, good.
We always had an original business tax, so.
All right, good. So I'll order $755 in costs and vacate the order of September 10th.
Much appreciated.
All right, next one.
Next case, case number CE 240202250, case address Northeast 9th Street, owner 450 Northeast 9th, owner LLC, in care of Aimco Investment Company LLC, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 7/25/24. One section complied $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 9/10/24 and to rehear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read. Again, this case was first heard on 5/30/24. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 7/25. The violations of this property were brought into compliance on 9/19. And the case was non-compliant for 56 days with a fee of $100 per day, or a total of $5,600 currently due. The administrative cost is $755, and that's what the city's asking for.
Okay.
Your Honor, Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We appreciate Your Honor's consideration of staff's recommendation.
Okay, we'll vacate the order of September 10th and reimpose a fine of $755. Next case.
Case number CE 240202254, case address 550 Northeast 9th Street, owner 550 Northeast 9th, owner LLC, in care of Aimco Investment Company LLC, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 7/25/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 9/10/24 and to rehear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. Again, this case first was heard on 5/30 of this year. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 7/25. Violations of this property were brought into compliance on 9/19, and an accruance of $5,600 are due, and the city's asking for administrative costs of $755.
Okay.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We would appreciate your consideration, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to vacate the order of September 10th and reimpose a fine of $755.
Thank you.
Next case, case number CE 24020257, case address 820 Northeast Fifth Avenue, owner 550 Northeast 9th, owner LLC, in care of Aimco Investment Company LLC, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 7/25/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine from 9/10/24 and to rehear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address as read. This case was first heard on 5/30/24, and magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by 7/25. The violation at the property was brought into compliance on 9/19, and this case was non-compliant for 56 days, and a total of $5,600 were currently due. The city is asking for administrative costs of $755.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We'd appreciate your honor's consideration.
Okay, vacate the order of 9/10/24 and reimpose a fine of $755.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24010094, case address 900 North Flagler Drive, owner AP Flagler Hive LLC. This case was first heard 5/14/24 to comply by 6/11/24. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $100 per day, $9,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24010094 for the property located at 900 North Flagler Drive. This case was first heard on 5/14 of this year, and Special Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by 6/11. On 6/27 hearing, Special Magistrate granted a 28-day extension in order to reappear on 7/25. At 7/25 hearings, Special Magistrate granted an extension until 8/29. The violations of the property have still not been brought into compliance. This case has been non-compliant for 91 days with a fee of $100 per day for a total of $9,100 currently due. We have the property manager here with us today.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, Chris Gallego.
All right, why is it taking so long?
We are currently in with a permit. They finally got back to us that the last piece is a parking reduction request, and we're going through that development process now. So it's really just getting the process done.
How much more time do you think you need?
I've heard that it's a lengthy process. I don't know how long, so as much as I can get. I understand you guys have to do what you have to do. We're doing everything we can as fast as we can.
Magistrate, the city does not oppose to any extensions at your leisure, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I will give you 119 days and suspend the fine during that time. If you get it complied before then, make sure you contact the inspector to come and do a final inspection.
Okay, well, I have to come back for this final hearing, just more curiosity.
Well, you're going to have to come back to address the fines that
okay.
have accrued so far, so.
Understood.
Yes, all right.
All right, thank
Okay,
you all. Have a great
thank
one.
Our next case, page 52, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, Gail Williams presenting case number CE 23090799, case address 430 Royal Plaza Drive. This case was first heard 2/9/24 to comply by 10/6/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,700 accrued. The fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Good morning, Gail Williams presenting on behalf of Bernstein Sambert for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23090799, property address 430 Royal Plaza Drive. The following violation remains, section 47-19.3, F, 5. The seawall at this property was breached, allowing tidal waters to enter the property and to impact joining properties in or the public right-of-way. This breach may be as the result of a disrepair in the seawall or a seawall being below the minimum elevation. Property owners shall not allow tidal waters entering their property to impact adjacent properties or the public right-of-way. A notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing conducted on October 18th reveals the following violations remain. The property was given 365 days to comply from the start of the first initial violation date, which was in September of 2023. The permit was issued on May 15, 2024, and the property owner is here to request an extension and give the status of the permit.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Jonas Spector.
Okay, Mr. Spector, what's holding this up?
It's really the marine contractor. They today they're actually getting the steel and the rebar inspection, and then tomorrow they're going to pour and it's finished. So it's really, it took a long time. I don't know. You're really at the mercy of these contractors.
How much more time are you requesting?
Well, it'll be done tomorrow, so I don't know, a week. I mean, it's
Okay,
not really a
all
problem.
right.
Yeah. it's
All
not-
right, I'll give you a 10-day extension.
Okay.
Give the inspector a chance to go out and inspect, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay. So if he inspects it after 10 days and it's fine, is there still any fine at all, or?
Well, yeah, there is, so that's going to have to be addressed, because a fine of $3,700 is already accrued.
How do I address that? You come back again
You
for?
you probably will have to come back again. I don't address those unless the property's in compliance.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next case, page 27, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24050796, case address 2507 Tortugas Lane, owner Jeffrey I. Cohen, posted at property 101624, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24050-796 at address 2507 Tortugas Lane. The case was first cited on August 12, 2024 for the following violations. 18-4C, complied. There are 3 derelict sailboats docked in the water in the rear of the property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23020-497. This case will be scheduled at the special magistrate hearing for a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Section 18-12A complied. Section 47-34.1A1 complied. And 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area and the driveway is not being maintained. There are uneven surfaces on the driveway. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23020-497. This case will be scheduled at the special magistrate hearing seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10, where I met with the owner, and a waterway inspection was conducted on November 9, and the property was still in violation. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-4C and a compliance deadline of 63 days for 9-304B, or a daily fine of $50 per day to run it thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Jeffrey Cohen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a question? You read so quickly, I didn't catch the last thing. Could you read it?
At the very end?
Yeah. I mean, am I allowed to do that?
Sure.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Yes. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10, where I met with the property owner, and a waterway inspection was conducted on November 9, and the property was still in violation. The city is seeking a finding of fact for 18-4C and a compliance deadline of 63 days for 9-304B, or a daily fine of $50 per day to run thereafter.
What is 9-304? That violation?
9-304B is there are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass lawn area.
That's that one. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, all right. So,
Can I ask you a question? One more?
yeah, first state your name for the record,
I
please.
did, Jeffrey Cohen.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. You mentioned to me before this hearing that you have to go back,
Yes.
and you didn't mention that, I don't think, to the judge or to the
We don't,
magistrate.
we don't mention that. We don't mention that. That's not part of the
okay.
hearing protocol.
Okay, I didn't know, okay.
Okay, all right. So what I have to deal with right now is the recurring violation of 18-4. They are not asking me to impose a fine. They're just asking me to enter a finding of fact that the violation, in fact, it existed. And because it's a recurring violation, if it happens again, next time you
Okay,
will
but
be fined.
It's a broad thing, I don't know which one. You're talking about the cars on the lawn?
No, you're getting confused. 18-4C is about the 3 derelict sailboats that were docked in the water.
There's 2 boats there, and I gave you the paperwork, everything is fine.
Okay, my understanding is you are in compliance in that one.
I am.
But yes, but it's a recurring violation because you've been cited for it in the past.
Okay, I don't understand what that means now.
So what that means is that today I am going to enter a finding of fact that in fact the violation occurred. So I will not fine you today, but if
okay.
it happens again, because
I'm
of the
sorry, I didn't
recurring
understand. Okay.
nature of it, you will be fined, okay? Now, the next one is 9-304B, and that's the vehicles parked on the grass. And are you in agreement to remove those within 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes, but I think we spoke about this also. I had the other item on the list was the uneven driveway, and I had my driveway, come into compliance, but I can't park on the driveway because you have to wait a month at least.
Okay, 63 days you have.
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
That should be fine.
But I thought he was gonna. Okay,
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
all right. Good luck, sir.
that's it.
Yep, that's
Okay,
it. 63 days or $50 a day, so make sure you move it as soon as you can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24060012, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner L. Ab Fort Florida Beach Circle, LLC. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 10/8/24. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $6,800 accrued. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $1,600 accrued, for a total of $8,400. City's requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 24060012. Property address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Violations are as read, and we have the respondent here, so we'll hear from them because the property is still not in compliance.
Okay, please state your name, counsel.
Yeah, good morning again, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. We have engaged, and it has been completed, updated maximum capacity to address the violations. Those plans I need to hand deliver over to Bruce Strandhagen at the city. So if we could have a week or 2 weeks just to get that satisfied, I would prefer to return to you with this resolved.
And the other violation would be for the panic hardware that is still pending to be ordered and installed.
Okay, so what's the recommendation of the city?
Recommendation from the city is we haven't seen anything move forward. I talked with their architect months ago that these plans were drawn up. They just never were submitted.
Okay.
And I think there was a question on submittal. It was our understanding they were going to be uploaded. There's nothing to upload them to. I just emailed them to the captain and to Mr. Strandhagen and can have it addressed immediately.
Okay.
And in my inspections over there, I've left notices with the owner, advised them of the process and that they needed to have these plans submitted, and we hadn't seen anything further.
Understood, but I'm on it now. As you can probably tell, I wasn't aware this was on the agenda, and but Your Honor, I can commit to get the plans delivered however Mr. Strandhagen would like immediately.
All right, counsel, I'll give you 10 days.
I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 24090579, case address 200 Southeast 19th Street, owner C. Isabel Dreyer Living Trust. This case was first cited 9/21/24 to comply by 9/21/24. 3 sections complied at $250 for a total of $750. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/6/24 and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning. Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 24090579. Case address 200 Southeast 19th Street. I responded to a complaint and the noise could be heard 50 feet away from the property line. These are violations. These are vacation rental violations. Violation 15-2755. Responsible party failed to respond to the property within 1 hour. Violation 15-2781E. There's a Chapter 15, Article 10, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at the property with 1 vehicle parked in the grass in front of the vacation rental property. Violation 17-71A. There's amplified sound coming from the residential property. Amplified noise can be heard 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. So when I tried to contact you guys that night, you guys are a registered vacation rental. Your phone number is not active.
That is correct. Good morning. Excuse me. Malena Vaca.
Please state your name for the record.
Malena Vaca.
Okay.
When we rented the property, I rented the property to these people, and they had taken upon themselves to rent it to Airbnb. So when we got notification that there is an issue with noise or something, the tenant was evicted, and the property has been vacant for the last, 2 months or so. Has been vacant, and it's out. There's no more Airbnb or anything like that, because we were never involved in Airbnb. So this was like a surprise. I mean, like, what?
Okay.
So the tenant was evicted and it's gone.
Okay, so this was a long-term rental that took it upon themselves to rent
Right, it
on
was a regular
Airbnb.
lease term, but since they violated the lease terms by subletting, they were evicted, and so
Okay,
they
all
were
right.
done.
Anything else from the city?
We had to play the video, Your Honor, of the
Okay.
noise.
So the property is vacant, and there's no more Airbnb, and the inspector is aware of that.
Yes, I understand.
But this was that night that I went out there. This is the party that was happening at the property.
Yeah, that was
Yes.
Yeah, then they are done. Not even nice music.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Each fine is $250. There's 3 violations here.
Okay.
Again, we were not aware of it, we were not part of it, and when the first time we find out about this, like, we evicted the tenants.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to $300.
But we are not involved, I mean, even though we evicted the tenants.
I
it
know,
was complied.
unfortunately, you're still responsible for what happens on the property, and,
But it
you
was
know,
immediately complied.
and I understand that, but I have to make a finding of fact whether the violation existed or not. And once I do that, the property owner is responsible. So I'm giving you a break by lowering the fine for you. But it should not be a problem anymore because
No, I
the
understand
tenant
that, but
isn't there
You didn't
anymore.
find the other people before us. I mean, you were nice enough to not find the other people that were here this morning.
I don't know which people you're talking about, but each case has different circumstances.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Magistrate?
the property owner. She is the realtor.
All right, Supervisor, unless the city wants to waive the fine.
Actually, the city does not want to waive the fine. The city actually wants the imposition of the full fine because based upon the application submitted by the leasee in that person's lease, it says that subletting is allowed on their lease with the tenant.
then they
And
force
so
the signature
it's
then.
part of their lease that they submitted to the city, which allowed us to give them a vacation rental certificate because we would not give a vacation rental certificate to a tenant without permission from
No, we
the
did not
property
give
owner. And
permission.
it's in the lease from Isabel Dreyer.
That's me.
And the lessee is Zueni Sabalos, Glenda Sanchez, and Carlos Medina. And in the lease that was submitted to the city, it says that subleasing is allowed. So the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Can we get a copy of that application?
What I'm reading is in your lease, not in our application. It's in your lease with the tenant.
Okay, full imposition of fines of $750. Okay, next case.
Oh, no, it's only 500. It's only 500, Your Honor.
What?
No, for that.
No,
it's
this
the first one.
this is the first one. We have another one.
Oh, 750, sorry.
The next one is fine.
So what is the fine now?
$750 for that case, but it looks like you have another case here
Yes.
as well.
No, it's the same thing, the same night or the next night.
All right.
Right, but we have to read it in
We
separately.
have protocol. We have to read the case separately into the record, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
But you said 300 before.
So, ma'am, please don't argue with me, okay?
I'm not arguing, I'm just.
Go ahead and read the case in.
Next case, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 24090598, case address 200 Southeast 19th Street, owner C. Isabel Dreyer Living Trust. This case was first cited 9/22/24 to comply by 9/22/24. Two sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/7/24. A citation appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 24090598, case address 200 Southeast 19th Street. Violations found at this property were violation 15-2755, responsible party failed to respond to the property in person within 1 hour being notified of a vacation rental violation. In violation 17-71A, there is amplified noise coming from the residential property that can be heard 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. Again, this was another complaint. This was the next day after I'd already spoken to the tenants. It was occurring again.
Okay.
And so as you can hear, it's not much you can't hear from the front of the property, but if they go to the next video to the back side of the property, there'll be, you will hear it.
I can hear it now.
Is that noise from the cars?
No, that's somewhat noise from the party and somewhat noise from the street. But here's where you can really hear it. This is the backyard. And I had spoken to them the night before about the noise,
Okay, I've heard enough.
Excuse me. First of all, I'm the owner.
All right,
I
please state
live
your
at-
name for the record, ma'am.
Isabel Dreyer.
Okay.
I was not aware that it was in the lease that they could rent as a Airbnb.
I understand that, but you signed a lease, they signed a lease.
It was
Apparently
not
it was.
no, it's not in the lease that it could be an Airbnb. It says just 12-year lease.
Okay, well, the lease that they put on file seems to indicate, do you have a lease that you can show me that shows that there's
I
no?
didn't bring the papers.
I
Lease.
didn't have the lease
Yeah.
here with me.
All right.
The thing is, that's why they were evicted, because they're not allowed to make noise, which says on the lease, you're not allowed to make noise, you're not
Right.
allowed, there are regulations, and
Right.
they broke, so that's why they
You know,
were evicted.
unfortunately, as the owner of the property, you're still responsible for what the tenant does, so.
I understand,
yeah.
but the lease is for 1 year, not, in the lease, I could imagine you putting up there that's the right for Airbnb. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I understand that, and the tenant probably should have asked you first, but it's not, it
This
wasn't
is
in
the realtor.
violation of the lease. I was trying to cut you some slack because he violated the lease, but, you know, really, ultimately, the owner is responsible, so.
I understand, but when, they told me that of this, I said, no.
Yeah, I
And
know.
I evicted
It's, yeah, it's a difficult situation, I realize that, but I have to impose a fine, $500.
Excuse me, do you have the copy of the lease over here in a computer? May I see it? So
So
I
what
could
is
go
the
there.
total amount?
Okay,
What the heck lease is that? Sorry to bother you, but, okay, what is it? Subletting is allowed. What kind of a lease is that?
And also mentioned that the city of Fort Lauderdale, that they have to get the permit from the city of Fort Lauderdale, which they did.
Well, the thing is that they had to have permits and provide the permits and insurance and
That's
licenses
not
that
right.
they never did.
They did have a valid certificate.
Well,
with
they
the
never
city,
provided to us, which
and
it says
that's
there.
DocuSigned.
What kind of a lease is this that they could sublet?
okay. Sorry, ladies, my ruling's going to stand. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
So, excuse me, what is the fine now?
Pardon me?
What is the fine?
For the first case, $750, for this case, $500.
I mean, is there any way you can give a break? I mean,
Yeah, no, I've already heard the case. That's my final decision, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23090716, case address 27 Southeast 11th Street, owner Anthony James Bondinella. This case was first heard 3/12/24 to comply by 5/14/24. 4 sections complied at $50 per day, $11,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 23090716 for the property located at 27 Southeast 11th Street. This case was first heard on 3/12/2024. Special Magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered to correct the violations of the property by 5/14/2024. On 5/30, Special Magistrate granted 91-day extension until 8/29. The violation of the property were brought into compliance on 10/17. The city is requesting no fines on this case. The
Pardon me?
case is in compliance.
No fines?
No fines, case is in compliance.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Anthony James Bondinella.
Okay.
No relation to 007.
I'm assuming that you're in agreement with the no fines.
Well, I don't know. I ought to buy a coffee or something. No, I'm sort of in agreement. I'm in shock. And last time I was here, you folks gave me 90 days, and I said I had time to paint my neighbor's house. All I wound up doing was pressure cleaning their driveways. But I appreciate everything you've done and your patience.
Okay.
I'm not trying to give anybody a lesson in patience, but you have to have them here. I know that.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I can leave?
That's it?
That's
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Crocus. He's a good guy, by the way.
Yeah. We
Thank
like
you.
him.
Tell Stephanie I said
All right, next case.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, Case number CE 24050847, case address 812 Southeast 6th Court, owner Peter B. Fulton Jr. This case was first heard 7/9/24 to comply by 8/13/24. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,150 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24050847 for the property located at 812 Southeast 6th Court. This case was first heard on 7/9, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 8/13. The violations at the property were brought into compliance on 9/19/2024. This case was non-compliance for 23 days, but the city is requesting no fines on this case as well.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Peter Fulton.
Okay, Mr. Fulton, I'm assuming you agree with no fines.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
Thank you. So ordered. You can leave.
Our next case, page 39, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 2312-0151, case address 532 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Mary Atterbury. This case was first heard 4/9/24 to comply by 4/19/24 and 6/11/24. One suspension from 6/11/24 to 9/10/24. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $9,450 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 231-20151, address 532 Northwest 16th Avenue. This case was first cited on December 6, 2023 for the following violations: 9-305A, complied; 9-305B, not complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, not complied. The driveway and approach are not properly maintained. The concrete is cracked and patchy and has missing pieces. There are areas of missing gravel and weeds growing through the existing gravel. 18-1, complied. 9-306, not complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structurally, parts including fascia, soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 18-12A, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024. Violation 9-305B, 9-304B, and 9-306 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed, which includes to accrue.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Mary Atterbury. Right at the moment, I'm having like a little financial hardship, but I'm working on it, and if I can get more time, it will be taken care of.
Okay. How much more time do you need?
Like another 90 days, because I have some families that's going to help me out.
You have who to help you out?
My family, some family members going to help me with this.
Okay. Why do you think it's going to take 90 days to do it?
Because we're going to, this is when they're going to have the money, but we're going to start working with the paint and stuff
All right,
this
ma'am.
week.
I'll give you 91 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that period, and I hope things improve for you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 52, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2406-0025, case address 2414 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner Keystone, Florida Property Holdings. This case was first heard 7/9/24 to comply by 10/8/24. Two sections complied at $200 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2406-0025, address 2414 East Sunrise Boulevard. This case was first heard on July 9th, 2024 for the following violation. 47-34.1.8.1 has complied. 47-20.20, parentheses J, has complied. The city is requesting administrative costs to be imposed of $488.
Okay.
Good morning, Stephanie Mayorga with Stephanie Toothaker's office. On behalf of the property owner, we accept the fines.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Guy Seidemann, case number CE 24020437, case address 719 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Eglin Jolly. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 11/12/24. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 11/13/24. This is in order to reappear.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24020437 for the property located at 719 Northwest 15th Ave. At the special magistrate hearing on 8/13/2024, special magistrate Cannon ordered a 91 days to comply or $50 per day per violation thereafter. Special magistrate Cannon also ordered a mandatory appearance at today's hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/5/2024, and the property remained in violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Sean Henderson.
Okay, why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Well, we did the driveway, did the roof, painted the house, did the gate. Only thing is the city dug up a little spot, and they supposed to come back and put the grass down, and that's it, basically.
Okay, what about the fence?
I fixed the fence.
Okay. And the trailer?
The trailer's been gone.
Correct. The trailer was removed from the property. At this point, it's just the driveway. Last time I went there, there was a portion of the driveway that needed to be filled in. And that was on 11/5/2024.
All right, well, you're saying everything's been done.
Except for that. Where the city dug up, but the people that I had do the driveway gonna fill in that little spot even though they dug it up. But we still gonna fill that spot in.
All right, I will give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll give you 10 days for the inspector to re-inspect, but if he goes out there and you're not in compliance, the fines will continue
Well,
to
the
run.
city got to put the grass there.
Yeah,
I agree to fix the little spot, which they dug up the driveway too, but we're gonna fix that little spot right there.
Okay.
Which we already did that.
all right, you have 10 days to completely bring the property into compliance, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 24030021, case address 2350 Southwest 26th Avenue, owner Charles Slater, posted at property 10/25/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24. 6.
Good morning, Inspector Smart, representative for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This is for case number CE 24030021. Case address is 2350 Southwest 26th Avenue. On March 1st, 2024, at approximately 9:10 p.m., I responded to a complaint regarding loud music and an unpermitted heavy metal event being hosted. Upon arrival at inspection, I recorded a 60-second video with music playing, standing more than 50 feet away from the property line, as per the code, section 17-7, prior to 10 p.m. In the video, I also captured vehicles arriving at the event and driving onto the property. I also went to the complainant's property, Chris, who allowed me access to the north side of his property where I did another 60-second video, and the music was much louder. Chris also provided evidence of the event details from social media, which was called Implosive, Disgorgence, South Florida Death Grind. Fort Lauderdale Police Department also responded to the complaint and was not able to enter the property as the main gates were closed. Fort Lauderdale PD, Police Department, and also Senior Officer Simmons reported that this occurred the previous week also, and they were issued inspection report to impose the maximum fine as they were hostile and uncooperative. Being that this was a recurrent violation from case CE 2402066, a week prior, and the nature of the violation, an inspection report was issued and posted the property for code section 18-1 public nuisance. The city is seeking the maximum fine of $15,000.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Would you like to listen to the video?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Sure. Ari Pragan with the Pragan firm for Mr. Slater. Look, the second video to me sounded like a bunch of silence and a garage band. But anyway, it's not lost on me the nature of what's being alleged. The problem is that everything that's been alleged and everything you just heard Mr. Smart say was alleged after the fact. And whether I stand here or on that side of this podium, we all answer to the same masters: local code, Florida statute. So I'm going to just start with that. And I think that based on local code and Florida statute, the notices of violation are defective on their face and should be dismissed outright. I'm going to then address some equitable arguments, because you all sit in equity at the end of the day. Florida statute 162.21 subsection D4, what it says is that it requires that a citation issued by a code enforcement officer shall state, quote, the facts constituting reasonable cause. And if you look at the notices of violation that were written up, and we're actually here on two cases. This is page 6, and there's another one on page 10. That's fine. What it says is it references 18.1. I'm going to skip over the parts of 18.1 that talk about vermin and rodents and wild animals, but what it says is that it's declared illegal and a public nuisance for any owner of any property in the city to maintain property or to permit such property to be maintained in such a manner that the property is or may become or adversely affects and impairs the economic welfare of adjacent property or may reasonably cause disease. The notices themselves, they don't state any of the facts that Mr. Smart just put on the record here, but all it says is that there is amplified sound and an unpermitted event at this property that's creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Violation is irreparable, irreversible in nature. That does not comply with the Florida statute I just cited. There are literally no facts constituting reasonable cause. That has to be in the notices. It's not there. I understand that, and I've seen the case file, we've seen the videos, it's all been alleged after the fact, the facts that constitute reasonable cause. It's not in the notices. Florida statute is clear on that. You don't put it in, it's not a gray area, it's black and white. If it's not in the notices, notices have to go. It's literally just a regurgitation of what the Florida 18.1 says. There's no specific facts that gave the officer reasonable cause to believe a public nuisance existed. There are no specific facts that gave the officer reasonable cause to believe that the property was being maintained in a way that it was endangering public health, safety, or welfare. There are zero specific facts that would give the officer reasonable cause to believe that this event or these events would adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. And I think that's more appropriate for commercial settings and maybe not a residential setting like this. And lastly, no specific facts that would give the officer reasonable cause to believe that this was irreparable and irreversible in nature. Obviously, these days have passed. This is not a continuing violation. It's in compliance, and I think that's, I mean, literally the moment that the event ends or the noise ends, it's been repaired and it's been reversed. So I don't think it's really irreparable or irreversible in nature. So I think for those reasons, the notices are defective on their face. They should be dismissed outright. I understand that the city is looking at least, well, in both cases, but I'll address this one, a fine of $15,000. I'm aware of that because I spoke with Mr. Smart beforehand. I'm aware of that also because there was a case where that was already imposed, a $15,000 fine. I've made a petition for lien amnesty. They won't touch it until you deal with these two cases. So ship has sailed on that one. I have the application in, but as far as this one goes, I don't think that the notices are sufficient under code or Florida statute. I think they should be dismissed, or at the, not the very least, but the very most, imposition of administrative costs and fees. I understand that that's, you know, we're here today, and there's probably been work that was done beforehand. The next part of my argument is that—
I'd like to respond to that, Counsel,
Yeah.
before you continue. Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan, Senior Assistant City Attorney for the city. Let me go back and start in reverse order, if I will. Counsel's comment that once the event is done, it's over, makes the argument for irreparable and irreversible. A private event or a concert or a party, as we've seen in previous cases, once it's over, it's over. There is no corrective action to take because the impact on the neighbors, the disturbing of the peace of the neighborhood, that's already occurred. So that's irreparable in nature at the night that this party function with the loud music occurred. Additionally, Counsel didn't just learn about the $15,000 by speaking to the inspector. I'm looking at the notice of violation, and the to-wit does notify the property owner that the case will be presented before the special magistrate to impose fines in an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. With regard to Counsel's first argument that Florida Statute 162 requires notice, the statute does not require, Your Honor, every single evidentiary submittal in a notice of violation, that's what hearings are for. Whether it's a code case, a magistrate case, or a circuit court real trial case. You don't put all of your facts and the evidence is heard at the hearing. So the evidence is the inspector speaking, the evidence is the videos. The violation is clear. It clearly apprises, due process requires the notices to apprise properly the property owner of what they're being charged with so that they can come and make argument and submit their own evidence to refute that. In this case, the to wit is very clear. There was an unpermitted event that had extremely loud music that created a nuisance to the public and adversely affected adjacent properties. That is, I'm reading from the notice of violation in the to wit section. That properly apprises the property owner of what the city is charging them with under the code section 18.1. Your Honor has seen 2 videos today and heard testimony from the inspector to support that to wit. So we would respectfully suggest that the motion to dismiss is misplaced and we should go on to the additional arguments of equity.
Well, I'm not done with the legal argument, but I'm just going to respond briefly to what she said. Nothing I said, I wasn't talking about notice, and today is the first time that I learned about, well, not the first time I learned about the 15,000. I only just became involved. I made the petition, as I referenced, for lien amnesty, so obviously I knew before that. Florida Statute 162.21, subsection D4, is crystal clear. I'm not paraphrasing, I didn't make it up. I read it directly from the language of the statute. You must give the facts constituting reasonable cause. What's in these notices is a regurgitation, verbatim, of what 18.1 says. There are no facts constituting reasonable cause. A fact is something beyond and outside of what the statute says. I don't think that's something really for us to argue about today. So I think still on the basis of that Florida statute, the notices are defective and should be dismissed. I understand we're hearing other evidence today, but the day to give or allege those reasonable facts was the day that those notices were written up. So, I respectfully disagree on that point.
So, Your Honor, 18.1 obviously doesn't mention anything about loud parties, and it doesn't mention anything about nuisances to adjacent properties. That's the facts that are included in the to wit section. And again, we're not hearing new evidence. We're hearing evidence as sworn testimony from the code officer and video evidence to support the to wit specific facts that gave rise under 18-1 for the violation.
Everything she said is exactly correct. 18.1 doesn't say anything about reasonable facts. It's the Florida statute that does, which is still controlling here. Next, the fine is excessive, okay? Florida Statute 162.09, and I understand that's the statute that the city is proceeding under in order to tag my client with a $15,000 fine. But what Florida statute also says, 162.09 subsection 2D, is that if you're going to consider imposing a fine, you have to look at several factors: the gravity of the violation and any actions taken by the violator to correct the violation that allegedly occurred. And this is going to lead me into my equitable argument, because the property owner, Mr. Charles Slater, he does not, and that's who I represent, he does not reside at this property. Charles Slater is an incapacitated ward in a living facility. He suffers from severe and debilitating dementia, okay? Requires around-the-clock care. So he does not reside at the property address, and he didn't reside at the property address during any of these alleged, I'm going to stop, during any of these events, okay? He wasn't living there. It was his son, Soren Slater, who hosted these events. The second that my client or his legal guardians became aware of these events, they immediately petitioned Judge Natasha DePrimo, who's overseeing the guardianship case in circuit court right down the street, to have Mr. Soren Slater ejected from the property. She signed it, and this was 2 weeks later, okay, immediately. She signed an order that authorized them to file, not really an eviction, an unlawful detainer action to remove Soren. They did that. he's gone. So the moment that he became aware, or his guardians became aware, corrective action was taken. And you know, the fact of the matter is he's already been tagged with one $15,000 violation. He doesn't have unlimited funds. And if he were to be hit with further violations, it would quite literally compromise his ability to continue receiving the care that he needs. So that's the sort of equitable reason. He was not ever living there. He didn't throw these events. He didn't know about it, nor could he have, because he suffers from debilitating dementia.
Counsel, do you have copies of any of those orders?
Sure, I'll give you a copy
Yeah,
right here.
that'd be helpful.
Apologize for not offering it. Can I approach?
Yeah, no. Thank you so much.
So for the legal reasons that I stated before, and for these equitable reasons, I think that, and I'm going to make the same argument for the next case you're about to call, that there should be no fine, not $15,000, not $30,000. If there is going to, I understand that there are costs associated with prosecuting these cases. I understand that, and I would say that at the very most, the administrative costs and whatever they are probably the more appropriate resolution in this case.
I'm going to let her digest that a
Yeah.
minute.
Okay. And you said that the son has indeed been removed from the
Soren?
property?
Yes.
The court, and since counsel gave it to me, the court order does reflect that authorization to eject the son, and this is shortly after the two, this case in particular, and for the other case.
Okay.
I think.
Do you want to make it part of the record, that order? Can we keep
You can
this
have it.
copy?
Could we keep it? Yeah.
Okay.
I think the code manager.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like to.
Trina?
No worries. So thank you for the information. And based upon my conversation with our senior assistant city attorney, long title, the city is going to move to reduce, well, request, because there's no fine imposed, request that the fine be $250 for KCE 240-30021.
Okay, so for the record, I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss because I think the facts are adequate. And I'm going to impose only a $250 fine, cover costs and city costs and whatever, in light of the fact that the property owner is impaired and had no knowledge of this. Okay. All right, next case.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons. Paul Smart presenting case number CE 240406665, case address 2350 Southwest 26th Avenue, owner Charles Slater, posted at property 102524, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
The city is going to make the same request of this case, CE 240406665.
And I guess that would depend if council would like to stipulate to that, or we can go through the whole.
No, I stipulate.
Okay, perfect. We appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your cooperation,
Thank you very much.
counsel.
Have a nice day.
Thanks.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gil Williams, presenting case number CE 240300094, case address 1121 Southwest 30th Street, owner Kenneth Doyle Holland. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 8/23/24 and 9/10/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $1,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous Officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24030094, address 1121 Southwest 30th Street. The case was first heard on August 13th, 2024, to comply by September 10th, 2024. All violations have complied. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name's Kenneth Holland.
Okay, Mr. Holland, it looks like that you complied the property, but the outdoor storage went out of date for 19 days, so you want to give me an explanation of that?
The outside storage pertaining to, what do we call it outside?
There was a bathtub, mop buckets, coolers.
That bathtub was taken out probably in our bulk pickups on Thursdays, probably August, the third week in August. That was the first thing to leave the property.
Okay.
And Marcos, no, I believe he came out on the 5th or the 7th. He said, move the mop bucket, move this, and he took pictures and said, okay, you're clear. Now that gentleman's what, no longer with the city?
Correct.
I don't know.
He's with the city, but he's moved on to a different position.
Okay, he's no longer
He's still
in
with the city?
Yes.
Okay, so I trust the man by his word. And now he's not here to back up what he said or deny what he said. I thought I was clear.
Okay.
I painted the front of this house for 4 days.
And you're saying all that storage was gone by the third week in August?
The bathtub was definitely the first to go on bulk pickup.
Okay, and what about the mop buckets, coolers, et cetera?
Well, I have dogs in the house. Their mop bucket sits out there every day. I'm sorry, the floor gets mopped every day. So I don't know if it's out. It might be out there this morning. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, it's not helping your case any.
How often do people mop the floors? Mine gets mopped daily because of the dogs.
Yeah, well, mine stays in a utility closet. All right.
I was going to give the inspections that were conducted. There was an inspection conducted on August 13th, August 25th, and September 9th. And the post-magistrate inspection was conducted on September 11th, 2024. That's when the complying state was done. So.
September, excuse me, what date, ma'am?
The inspection was conducted on August 11th, 2024, August 13th, and August 25th, and September 9th, and then September 11th, 2024.
Well, see, I sit in front of my house every morning, and I see y'all go by. I might run to the store. They must jump out of their car and take pictures while I'm gone. I'm sitting out there every time they drive.
Yeah, but that's not really pertinent, because if it's there, if the storage is there.
If they have a problem, why don't they talk to me?
Yeah, well.
I had to get the supervisor involved to try to get this settled. And the day of, or whatever day the 5th was, I thought it was the 5th. He came out personally and talked to me. And he was afraid of my dogs. I said, my dogs are fine. I put my dogs away and we spoke. He says, let me get some final pictures of this and this. I moved the mop bucket, and there was one other item, I forget what it was. He says, you're fine. I will close your case out. He sat in front of my house for probably 45 minutes doing something. And now I see $1,900. You know,
Special Magistrate?
apples, you know.
The administrative cost is $810.
$810?
$810.
Okay.
800.
Yeah. All right, I will reduce the fine to administrative costs of $810.
For my little, okay. I don't have the money. Give me payments or something.
Okay.
I'm on fixed income. I'm disabled.
Okay.
You know, is what it is. I'm out of, I'm 62 here in a week.
Yeah.
I haven't worked since June 6th of 2021, but I will make payments on it.
Okay.
Send me
All
a
right.
schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Our next case is on page 52. Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Case number CE 24010796.
What page? 52.
Page 52. Case address 2624 Northeast 32nd Street. Owner Golden Eagle Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard on 8/13/2024. To comply by 11/12/2024, one section not complied at $100 per day. Fines are due to start on 11/13/2024, and this was in order to reappear.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24010796, address 2624 Northeast 32nd Street. Property was heard on August 13, 2024, with the order of reappear of November 12, 2024. Violation 47-20.20 parentheses H remains as depicted in the photos. 47-20.20 parentheses H, not complied. There are parking facilities in disrepair or not maintained at this property. The surface is cracked and discolored in areas. Wheel stops are cracked and paint is chipped and peeling in some areas. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10, 2024, and found the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The property owner is here to request an extension.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Glenn Derrick. I am the president of the Condo Association.
Okay, why is it taking so long to get this done?
Well, first off, we're a very small condo. We only have 23 units. I had to go through the process. I obtained 3 bids to complete the work from 3 licensed paving contractors.
Have you submitted the permit yet?
Yes,
Okay.
I signed the contract with the paver on October 21st, and I received an email from the city, from the building department, stating that the application for the permit had been received as of Friday.
Okay, how much time are you requesting for an extension?
3 months, like 90 days.
Any objection from the city?
No.
Okay, 91 days, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 5. Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24080319, case address 3451 Southwest 13th Court, owner Joseph Shaw and Wabakub, posted at property 10/14/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24080319, address 3451 Southwest 13th Court. The case was first cited on August 15, 2024 for the following violations: 9-304B complied, 18-1 complied. There is outdoor storage in the carport consisting of, but not limited to, boxes, signboards, and tables at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23050-455. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. And section 47-34-1A1 complied. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property consisting of a tire and wooden boards. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 23050-455. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 3, 2024, and the property remains in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-1 and 47-34-1A1.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Ellen Shaw. I'm here on behalf of my husband who's working out of state right now, Joe Shaw.
Okay, all right. The city is asking me to, not to fine you today, but to submit an order with a finding of fact that the violation exists. And because this is a recurring violation, Even though I'm not going to fine you today, if it happens again, you will be fined. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 2308-1018, case address 520 Northwest 22nd Avenue, owner Willard Daughtry Estates. This case was first heard 3/12/24 to comply by 3/22/24 and 5/14/24. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 2 sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,150 accrued. 2 sections complied at $25 per day, $3,400 accrued for a total of $6,550. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2308-1018 for the property located at 520 Northwest 22nd Avenue. This case was first heard on 3/12/2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 3/22/24 and 5/14/2024. Violations 1812A complied, violations 18.4C complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/5/2024, and all other violations remain. 9/304B is noncompliance, and 9/305B is not complied. The owner is here and requesting an extension and a stay in fines for 91 days.
You agreed at 91 days, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
John Watson.
Okay, Mr. Watson, the city's agreed to a 91-day extension for you to complete the violations. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And we'll suspend the fines during that time. All right.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 2407-0345, case address 2519 Barcelona Drive, owner Darren P. Dowden and Miriam Castillo. This is a citation to vacate 15-275.
I'm confused. What is this?
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 2407-0345, case address 2519 Barcelona Drive. Violations found in this property were 15-275. Responsible party failed to respond to the property within 1 hour of being notified of a vacation rental violation. In violation 15-2782B, the maximum occupancy of this property is being exceeded. Violation 15-2781E, this is Chapter 15, Article 10, vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at the property. I arrived at the property due to a PD request that there was a large party going at the property. I observed 4 vehicles parked on the right-of-way. There was also 6 vehicles parked in the driveway with only 3 parking spots listed. There was approximately 6 to 8 people in front of the vehicles, and I observed another 10 to 15 occupants inside the property.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Basha Galar on behalf of Miriam Castillo, the owner.
Okay, it's my understanding that the city's only asking me to vacate the order of 813.
Yeah, so the violation for failure to respond is the one we're asking for you to vacate, 15-2755.
Okay, that's granted. And what about these other violations? They've already been heard? Okay, all right. All right. State your name for the record and you're free to go.
Basha Galar, thank you so much.
All right.
Our next case, page 13, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2405-0043, case address 311 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Carmel Antoine, posted at property 102824, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 5/3/24 and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1, illegal land use, which is complied. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's extensive auto repairs being performed on vehicles of this RS8 zone property. This is a recurring violation from KCE 22040-650. The case will be presented to the special magistrate whether compliance is met prior to the hearing. 9-305(b), landscape maintenance, missing ground cover, which is complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the front yard and the swell areas. This is a recurring violation from case CE 22040-650, and the case will be presented to the special magistrate where the compliance is met prior. Because both violations are complied, the city is requesting a finding of fact for the recurring violations of 47-34.1.A.1 and 9-305(b).
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Carmel Antoine.
Okay, Ms. Antoine, do you understand the city is not fining you today, but they're asking me to enter an order finding that the violations did exist, and because of the recurring nature of the violation, if it happens again, you will be fined. Do you understand?
All right, okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24030013, case address 2421 Southwest 6th Avenue, owner Broward County Board of County Commissioners. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 10/8/24. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $2,400 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case FC 24030013 with a property address of 2421 Southwest 6th Avenue. Violations are as read, and we are requesting no fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Brittany Combs. I represent the Florida Department of Health here in Broward County.
Okay, and I am assuming your client is in agreement of no fines.
We would be happy with that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 41, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24060513, case address 330 Southwest 20th Street, numbers 1 through 3, owner Robert Soto. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/26/24. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $2,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. The property is in compliance, and we're only going to ask for the administrative cost of $488.
400 and what?
88?
488. Okay, please state your name for the record.
Robert Soto.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction in fines to city costs of $488?
It's a lot better than the other amount.
What?
But it's a lot better than the other amount, but
Yeah.
I still think technically I wasn't able to finish it because it rained. We only had 4 days with no rain in the month of September. And I had to seal the concrete floors and I had to stripe them, and you can't do that in rain.
Well, why didn't you ask for an extension?
We did. They gave me more time, but it rained. Every time I asked for extension, the weather wouldn't permit us to do it. It rained a lot in the month of September and October.
All right. The
So it
violation-
wasn't because of me, it was because of the weather. I can't control the weather.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The violation existed, and, you know, that's the reason for the fines. It existed in the first place, so.
Correct.
You know, your issue of trying to comply it is separate and apart from the fact that the violation existed to begin with, you know?
But if the weather doesn't permit you to do it, then you can't do it. You can't paint in the rain.
All right, I will reduce the fine to $300.
I appreciate it.
All right,
Thank you.
bye.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 44, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24060639, case address 1104 South Rio Vista Boulevard, owner Dustin Allor. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/8/24. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,950 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24060639 for the property located at 1104 South Rio Vista Boulevard. This case was first heard on 8/29. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered to correct the violation at the property by 9/8/2024. The violation at this property were brought into compliance on 11/06. This case was non-compliant for 59 days with a fee of $50 per day for a total of $2,950 currently due. We have the property owner here with us today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Dustin Aller.
Okay, why did it take so long to just pick up the trash?
Ma'am, I apologize for that, and I've never had any previous violations. This house has been severe financial stress on myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I had some life things happen. A fiance that was kind of disappeared out of my life. We bought this house together, and I apologize for it, and I request that you please waive these fees or these fines completely. I've never had a previous violation. I'd really appreciate it.
Okay,
Your Honor, just to let you know, the administrative cost is $534, the admin cost.
all right, I'll reduce the fine to $535. 34. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thanks.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24070029, case address 320 Southwest 21st Street, owner Aratoria Fortress LLC. This case was first heard 9/10/24 to comply by 9/20/24. One section complied at $250, $6,000 accrued. The city is requesting $626.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. The city agrees to the $626.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name Jeffrey Orr.
Okay, Mr. Orr, are you in agreement with the reduction to city cost of $626?
Yes, but I'd like to plead my case also that the city mail goes to my son's address here, whereas it's since been corrected where it goes to both of our addresses. My son has moved to Seattle. I travel quite a bit, and I came back to realize that both the swale and the registration need to be done.
The notice is always going to go to the address on the property appraiser's website, so if you've corrected that, it shouldn't be a problem in the future.
Correct.
All right, so I'm going to order the city's cost of $626.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rafael, you have another? Next case, also page 13, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24080037, case address 304 Southwest 22nd Street, owner Richard and Francis Beers, posted at property 10/22/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
Good morning, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case and address read into the record. I inspected this property on August 1st, 2024, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, which is complied. 9-306, the exterior building, also not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls that have stains, missing peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. An inspection report was posted on the property on August 1st, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected September 3rd, 2024. Posted October 22nd, 2024. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted November 5th, 2024, and found the violation are not complied. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $50 thereafter.
A fine of what?
$50 thereafter.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Richard Beers.
Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24040565, case address 773 Middle River Drive, owner Stephen M. and Karen Chess. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 8/29/24. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24040565 for the property located at 773 Middle River Drive. This case was first heard on 6/27, where magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations of the property by 8/29. The violations of the property were brought into compliance on 9/30. This case was non-compliant for 32 days with a fee of $50 per day for a total of $1,600. The city is requesting the administrative cost in the amount of $580.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Dr. Stephen Chess.
My name is Adam Chess, attorney for the
Plaintiff.
Okay.
Oh, no, the defendant.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fine to the city cost of $580?
No, I'm actually going to ask to move this to a continuance for 30 days, so we can reset this for hearing, give me an ample opportunity to prepare for this. I was just retained. Will not prejudice the city at all, but it will be prejudicial to my client if it's not granted.
Okay, well, the case is...
Counsel, this is a Massey hearing, so the case is fully in compliance, and Massey hearings are not,
It's okay, I'm still allowed to ask for a continuance.
it's up to the magistrate. I mean, again,
There's
a
no-
Massey hearing is not an opportunity to rehear any part of the case, it's just to address the fines. So the city is requesting only administrative costs and not the imposition of the fine of $1,600, but Your Honor, if he wants a continuance, it's up to Your Honor. I mean, silly, but what?
Okay. You know, under these circumstances, I think that the city's reduction to costs is fair. The case is complied. I don't see really the need for, you know, a continuance.
So you let the record reflect, you're going to deny my client a 30-day continuance to allow his attorney to prepare for this hearing?
Well, I mean, how are you going to prepare?
I
The
don't have
case is complied.
Ma'am, I need to
We
prepare.
cannot
I need to
revisit.
prepare for it. I believe there's unconstitutional violations across the board, and after hearing other hearings here, I definitely believe it. So I'm asking again, please give me a 30-day continuance to prepare adequately for this hearing.
First of all,
There's no prejudice to the city of Fort Lauderdale. There is
Sir?
prejudice to my client.
Don't interrupt me again, please.
Excuse me?
I said, don't interrupt me again, please.
Should we be on this side of the bench?
No. Again, this is not an opportunity to rehear the case. If you're going to make constitutional arguments with regard to the amount of fines or administrative costs, this is not.
Due process, notice.
That is not the forum for this at this juncture, because the violation has already been found in violation.
By whom?
The magistrate.
At a prior hearing.
At a prior hearing.
He's now retained counsel. We're going to be taking a look at all of our options.
And I wasn't noticed.
Part of that was the
Okay.
problem.
You were here, sir. I remember, Dr. Chess, you were here for your
I'm
for
sorry,
your
you're in
hearings.
error. What they had is so many violations that they had proposed against my property and my livelihood that I could not address them all at the time. They didn't actually address the one I'm here for today, which is illegal use of my property. That's what I was here for today.
It's quite confusing. I just wanted to be able to
And-
understand what's going on because there's a lot of different employees, there's just a lot of different things moving on. I've never seen anything quite this simple but this complex.
There were a tremendous amount of people that were involved in this case. The city would not respond when I wrote to them. They did respond occasionally. I spoke to Amy and a number of other people, Inspector Gustavo, Pat, and I think it was 5 other people involved in this case. And it's been ongoing and continuing.
Well, I don't think I'm permitted to entertain constitutional arguments
No, ma'am,
anyway.
you're not.
You're permitted to continue it for 30 days.
Yes, I am, but if the reason is a
I
constitutional
don't know
argument.
what the
I
exact
can't.
arguments would be, ma'am. That's why I need time to be able to look over, which I think is more than reasonable.
All right, I will grant the continuance,
Thank you.
Thank you.
but I will not relitigate this case.
No, but I'll be able to put things before the record. That's fine.
If you're,
Well, no, we're not doing that either. We're not putting things on the record that could have been put.
You're not going to tell me how to argue my case. I'll see you all in 30 days. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes. Counsel? Counsel? What is the purpose of that
Outburst.
that theatrical outburst?
He feels there's injustice going on in this courtroom, and I agree.
Well,
So we'll litigate it with you.
That's fine. We're happy to litigate with you.
I can't speak with you outside sir, I cannot speak with you outside the presence of your counsel, so I'm not going to respond to you. Can someone call the next case, please?
Our next case, page 32. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 24090577, case address 1931 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner 1931 Northeast 32nd LLC. This case was first cited 9/21/24 to comply by 9/21/24. 2 sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. City's requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/6/24, and a citation appeal was received. Is there a property owner here for 1931?
Let's skip it, I guess.
Okay.
They signed in?
Yes.
All right. Call the next case.
Next case, page 25. Inspector Matthew Flesher. Case number CE 24090447, case address 3424 Davie Boulevard, owner Bura and Mohan Property, Inc., posted at property 10/22/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24090447 at the address 3424 Davie Boulevard. This case was first cited on September 18, 2024 for the following violations. 47-22-3U1 was complied. 18-12A complied. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 21010375. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-34-1A1 complied and 47-22-9 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10, 2024, and all of the remaining violations were complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
Please state your name for the record.
Ali Shivji.
Okay. What the city's asking me to do is to just issue an order finding that the violation existed, and even though everything's complied now because of the recurrent nature of the violation, if it happens again, then you will be fined, but no fine today.
I just have one thing to say. It's like he knows there are too many homeless people over there that keep leaving stuff overnight.
Yes.
And like when we come in the morning, it's so much.
I
mean,
know.
we are doing it every day. But
I appreciate that, but there's really not much I can do. You know, it's still the property owner's responsibility to comply with the code. You know, I understand some properties are more difficult to keep the trash picked up on, but it's still ultimately your responsibility. So you're going to have to visit often.
none of my guys do it every night, but like at night the store is closed. Like in the morning they keep leaving stuff at the.
Do the best you can.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 19. Inspector Jessica Martinez. Case number CE 240801515. Case address 801 North Federal Highway. Owner ACS Flagler LLC. Posted at property 102224. Posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good morning, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 24080515 for 801 North Federal Highway. This case was first inspected on August 19th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there was graffiti at the property. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case CE 22040580. 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this property, included but not limited to the swell area. The parking areas are in disrepair, having potholes, cracks, broken sections of ground. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case CE 22100979. And 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that are dirty, having stains and missing peeling paint. This is also a recurring violation per previous case, CE 22100979. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 10th. All the violations remain. The city is seeking a finding of fact for the reoccurring violations and a 63-day extension to comply, or a daily fine of $100 a day thereafter per violation.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jordan Brown, I'm the property manager.
Okay, is your client in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
I sure hope so. I just want to put on the record, which I've already discussed with Inspector Martinez, but we are in the process of a $1 million complete redevelopment over there. So as far as bringing the property in compliance, we've actually begun this process all the way. I think we engaged with our architect in June of last year. So we've gone through sewer water maintenance. We have we have an approved permit for that, or license, should I say. We've gone through Florida Department of Transportation. Everything's been approved. We are currently in the process of City of Fort Lauderdale permitting.
Okay, but you need to take care of the graffiti, take care of the parking facility, and take care of the external walls.
Well, that's my point. So all of that stuff is included. I mean, we're virtually knocking down 50% of the building and rebuilding it.
Okay.
So to spend the type of money that it would require to do stucco and to redo the parking lot, we're spending $200,000 on site work alone. So,
How much time do you think you'll need?
well, I mean, if depending on what's classified as satisfying the code, if we just need the approved permit to do the work, hopefully a couple months. But if it comes down to actually the work being completed, I mean, we're talking like, we have a contract with our builder. Once permitting is approved, the project will be finished in 7 to 9 months.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right, I am going to,
Give me 1 second, sorry.
Sure.
Also, I just wanted to add, it's a very large file, but I have all the plans, I have the surface water license, all that stuff. It's just on Dropbox. It's a large file. I could show you guys, but.
Okay.
Good morning, Magistrate. Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I do see where there are plans in with the city. However, the only thing that I would say that absolutely has to be addressed is the graffiti.
Absolutely, yeah.
But we can give an extension of time for the others. The graffiti will be the only thing that would probably need to be addressed a little more timely.
Yeah, and the graffiti, I mean, it's easy. We're just getting over it. It happens all the time over there.
I saw how many, it's like every month, I get it.
Always. So, I mean, we've been cited actually, I think twice ever. It's every other week, but we get to it before you guys cite it, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give you 15 days for the graffiti, and I'll give you 119 days for the rest of it with an order to reappear in March of next year to give me a progress report. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
The fine, what did they, $100 a day if you go outside those parameters I just given you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
No. Email where the information needs to be sent, not just to me, but to my attorney. Thank you.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 240200600, case address 2228 Northwest 6th Court, numbers 1 and 2, owner Geneva Smith and David Lee Smith. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 8/29/24. 4 sections complied at $50 per day, $2,450 accrued. The city is requesting $626.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240200600 for the property located at 2228 Northwest 6th Court. This case was first heard on 5/30/2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct 9-TAC-278E within 28 days in violation 9-TAC-280H1, 9-TAC-306, 9-TAC-305B within 91 days. As of today's date, all violations have been complied. The city is only requesting the administrative cost of $626.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Nicole Smith, and I'm here in reference to my grandmother who owns the property. And it's been really hard, and I did what you guys asked me to do. It's only really me, and my mom can't see that well. So it's a lot with me taking care of my grandmother because it's a lot going on with her. But I really hope you guys could either wipe the fine out or make it real low because it's a lot. And I'm really, like, by myself, really trying to do everything.
Okay. All right. I'm going to waive the fine.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 32. Inspector Robert Kroc, case number CE 240900577, case address 1931 Northeast 32nd Avenue, owner 1931 Northeast 32nd LLC. This case was first cited 9/21/24 to comply by 9/21/24. 2 sections complied at $250 for a total of $500. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/6/24, and a citation appeal was received.
Inspector Robert Kroc presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 2409577, case address 1931 Northeast 32nd Ave. Have violations found on this property were 15-2781E. This is an Article 15 vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. 3 vehicles were found parked on the right-of-way in front of the vacation rental belonging to the occupants. Violation 15-2755. Responsible party failed to respond to the property in person within 1 hour of being notified of vacation rental of a vacation rental violation by a code officer. I arrived at the subject vacation rental after a complaint that vehicles were parked in front of it. All right, I observed 3 vehicles parked in front of the property. I attempted to contact the responsible party, and after an hour, there was no response.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Matthew Squilacci, responsible party, 1931 32nd LLC.
Okay, all right. What do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
For the entirety of this property and business, we have complied with Fort Lauderdale and Broward County ordinances. We notify every single guest who comes in multiple times of the rules. We tell them to review the short-term rental binder, and we really take keeping the neighborhood safe very seriously.
Sure.
While having a good, safe environment for the guests. This particular time, I actually have proof right here that as soon as I noticed how many cars were in the parking lot, I did notate them. I hear very loud music from the front camera. Please remember, we do not allow parties or events. We only allow 6 cars in the parking lot as well, and no street parking or parking on the lawn. We take this very seriously because we've had to, out of pocket, fix the lawn, right? Because people have parked on the lawn. We really don't like that. The house rules were shown to them prior. I did not receive any phone call. So that 201 number, I have the breakdown here. I did not receive that number. Had I received that number, I would have been there.
What do you mean you haven't received that number?
No,
Is that
the
true?
phone call, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I did not receive the phone call I have here for whatever reason. I do apologize, and I do not take this lightly, right, that we did miss this opportunity to address the concern.
Let me see your cell phone record.
Sure.
Do you know where that phone number goes to? Because that's the one that phone number that was on the picture goes to that phone.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't get a call.
No,
so.
sir.
No message.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I left a message whenever I called that number.
Did it ring? I'm sorry.
It rang. I left a message, and I always explain what the violations are, and I wait an hour.
Got
So
it.
that is your number, though.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I really apologize about the situation. And as you can see, here's some footage of the camera. So we were monitoring the situation.
I believe you. I've been to this property before, and generally I haven't had a problem with it before. Just that night, the parking violations existed. And then, again, the only reason why the second one occurs is because I have to call you to let you know about the first one.
Absolutely. Yeah, so just some things we've done to the process of checking in after the situation is we now go to the property and check them in, right? Versus no check-in, and explain the situation, right? Explain we are, right around the block if they need anything, and if there's any problems at all, we'll be there right away. So, like I said, hopefully you can waive this and end this violation, because we really do our best to comply with Fort Lauderdale and Broward County ordinances.
Okay. Inspector, anything else? No. All right, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt on the failing to appear within 1 hour, but on the vehicle, I'm going to impose the fine, $250. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you said you were going to impose the fine, but waive the citation?
No, I'm waiving the fine on the phone call.
Okay.
I'm imposing the fine and denying the appeal for the parking violation.
Okay, thank you.
So that's $250.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other respondents?
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090240, case address 708 North Flagler Drive, owner Harbar FTL LLC, in care of O'Reilly Auto, personal service on 10/21/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
He just wants to hear because there's no power of attorney, so we're gonna read it in.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 24090240 for 708 North Flagler Drive. This case was first inspected on September 9th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, complied. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 2202-0339. 9-305B, complied. 9-304B, complied. 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this property. There's a large pothole near the handicap access aisle. 18-12A, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted and the following violation has not met compliance. 47-2020H, as shown in the photos for the record. At this time, the city is requesting the following. 18-1 is complied, however, this is a repeat violation, reference case CE 2202-0339. The city is requesting the imposition of fines of $500 for every time the graffiti was observed during a reinspection, which includes the dates of September 9th, September 23rd, and October 21st. This sums the total of fine amount to be $1,500. And for 47-2020H, 63 additional days for compliance or fines of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, and we do not have a respondent that's can speak, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, the violations, I'm going to enter an order on 18-1, finding that the violation exists, and the fine will be $1,500. 47-20-.20, they'll have 63 days to do the parking facility, and specifically the large pothole near the handicap access aisle, or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you.
All right. End of respondents?
It is, but we're going to hear this case.
Oh, okay.
Our next case, page 18.
Do you need that turned on? Okay.
Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24090334, case address 1660 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Scott L. Bryan, posted at property 10/12/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas presenting case number CE 2409093334 for the property located at 1616 Southwest 22nd Avenue. This property was first inspected by Senior Inspector Officer Garcia on 9/13/2024 and given time to correct for the following violation. 18-1, the overall condition consisting of but not limited to overgrowth, trash, debris, and overall neglect at this property are creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Magistrate, the city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter. I would like to submit my case file and photos for the court.
Okay, I'm going to note for the record that this property is really, really bad, and its overgrowth is an understatement for it. and I declare it a public nuisance and a threat to the public health and safety, and I will grant the city's request for 10 days or $500 a day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I could just amend, I would also just add that to the extent there's any overgrowth on any public right-of-way, that the city would have the ability to immediately remediate that after the 10-day period.
Okay, granted. All right. So,
So we'll take a brief break. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello? Can they hear me? It's on. Hello?
Her mic is not working.
I can hear her. It's working.
Good afternoon. Hello? Our first case, page 2, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz. Case number FC 24080018. Case address 1881 Middle River Drive. Owner Middle River Tower, Inc. Posted at property 101524. Posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Captain Robert Kasarowicz for case FC 24080018 with a property address of 1881 Middle River Drive. Property site in reference to NFPA 1 13.4.4, that is complied. NFPA 1 13.2.3.1, the standpipe system is not being maintained at least the same level of performance and protection as designed. We had a representative that was here but did not have power of attorney. He advised company will be out later today to bring this property into full compliance. We're requesting 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz. Case number FC 24090005. Case address 1520 North Federal Highway. Owner RK 1600 Commons LLC. This case is complied.
No, we have one violation. I'm sorry
Okay,
for that
I'm
case.
sorry. Okay, posted at property 102324. Posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 24090005. Property was cited in reference to Municipal Order Section 13-58B. That is complied. NFPA 1 4.5.8.6. That is complied. NFPA 25 13.6.2.1. The required inspection and operational tests have not been made on the backflow preventer device within the past 12 months. And NFPA 101 7.9.2.1. That is complied. We're requesting 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz. Case number FC 24100005. Case address 501 West Sunrise Boulevard, number 2. Owner Charisol Bolivra. Personal service on 102224. Posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz for case FC 24100005 with a property address of 501 West Sunrise Boulevard. This is for tenant space number 2. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. NFPA 1 11.1.8. There are missing electrical covers. We're requesting 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Karen Proto, case number FCE 23100088, case address 2411 Northwest 28th Avenue, owner Geta Florestal and Jacobs Florestal, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 10/3/23 and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the paved driveway has not been maintained. The driveway has cracks and potholes and needs to be repaired and resurfaced. 18-1, there are items being stored outside, included but not limited to AC unit sheds, mop buckets, and other miscellaneous items creating a public nuisance. 9-308A has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on 10/3/23. A 23-day extension was granted by Supervisor Bass. A notice of hearing was posted on 10/14/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 11/7, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-1 or $50 a day, and the city is also requesting 63 days for violation 9-304B or $50 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24030445, case address 1900 North Federal Highway. Owner Robert Rickle Trust, JJJ Revocable Trust in care of Edens and Avant, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 13th and given time to correct for the following violation. 47-20.20.I, parking facilities on this B1 zoned property are not being properly maintained as per the plan submitted and approved when the building permit was issued. The stop sign at the exit at the south end of the plaza is not the required height of 7 feet as per MUT-CD Section 2A.15. The stop stripe at the same exit is faded and needs to be repainted. On September 9th, 2024, the property was inspected, and it was found that the stop sign had been raised to the proper height, but the stripe has not been repainted. The city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24070559, case address 1261 Northwest 46th Court. Owner Christopher Potts and Sandra L. Potts and Donald Potts, posted at property 101624, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Shaquan Kendrick, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24070559, address 1261 Northwest 46th Court. This case was first cited on July 21st for the following violation, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There is a pile of mulch on the front lawn of the property. This case was re-inspected on November 10, 2024, and found that violation 9-305B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 24080200, case address 1011 Northwest 45th Street. Owner Craig Middleton, posted at property 101624, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Kendrick, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24080200, address 1011 Northwest 45th Street. This case was first cited on August 13th. A following violation was on August 14th, as depicted in the photos for the following violations. Violation 18-12A complied. However, this is a repeat violation from case number CE 240-10308. This case will be scheduled for special magistrate whether or not it's come to compliance. This violation will pose fines. Also, violation 18-11A complied. Again, this is a repeat violation from case number CE 230-80507. This case will be scheduled for special magistrate to impose fine also. Both violations are repeats. The city is requesting $200 per day thereafter for each day found in violation for 18-11A. August 14th, August 27th, September 18th, it complied on October the 6th. And $100 for violation 18-12A, which is a total of $700. The dates for the pool is August the 14th. 1812 was found in violation on September the 18th, and it complied on October 16th. $100. It was just found in violation. That one day it complied. The next time we visited property.
What about the pool? What's the total on that?
The total was $600. It was found in violation 3 times, which was August 14th, August 27th, and September 18th. It complied on October the 6th.
So the total fine is $600?
$600 for the pool, $100 for the overgrowth. So $700 total.
Oh, okay. All right, okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Shaquan Kendrick, case number CE 240300926, case address 5561 Northeast 28th Avenue. Owner Dominic Darpino. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 9, Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, case number CE 24070391, case address 431 Mola Avenue, owner Elaine Belcher, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and addresser is read. This property was cited on October 5th for the following violation, 18-11A. The pool at this occupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. Contact was made with the owner, Elaine Belcher, who now goes by Elaine North. She said she would have the pool covered as it is not used. Upon speaking with her on Sunday, November 10th, she said the pool is not in compliance, it remains uncovered, and she is unlikely to attend today's hearing. However, she is attempting to find a company to cover the pool. Therefore, the city requests 10 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24070064, case address 604 Southeast 14th Court, owner Joseph A. Colliner, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. I inspected this property on July 2nd, 2024 and cited for the following violations. 9-28H1 is complied. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains of missing peeling paint, including both stairs leading to the second floor. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. They are faded, needing striping, and potholes filled in, and missing wheel stops, both in front parking area and rear parking area. 18-12A, which is complied. 9-363, which is complied. An inspection report was posted on the property July 2nd, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected August 5th, 2024. Posted the property September 12th, 2024. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2024, and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting 63 days or $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 24060295, case address 729 Southwest 2nd Court, owner SP Florida LLC, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24060295 for the property located at 729 Southwest 2nd Court. An inspection of the property is conducted on 6/15/24, and the following violations were observed. 47-20.20H. The parking facilities are not maintained at this zoned RML 25 residential property. There is grass growing through the gravel. As per 47-20.13.B, gravel is only permitted for single-family properties. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential property dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swale. This is a recurring violation from CE 2308-0566. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/7/24, and the violations remained. The city is requesting 35 days or $100 per day for violation 47-20.20H, 10 days or $250 per day for violation 9-363, and 10 days or $100 per day for violation 18-12A, and a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 24070126, case address 1111 Southwest 2nd Court, owner 2017 Benton Small Family Land Trust, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407-0126 for the property located at 1111 Southwest Second Court. An inspection of the property was conducted on 8/7/24, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the paved driveway gravel entrance is not being maintained. There's areas covered with weeds, sunken area in the driveway. This is a recurring violation, CE 2101-0455. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation, case CE 2101-0455. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/7/24, and the violations remained. The city is requesting 63 days or $100 per day for each violation until compliance is met and a finding of fact for both violations.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 2407-0514, case address 908 Southwest 7th Street. Owner Michael John Robert Shaw and Erica Grisel Valencia. Posted at property 11124, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407-0514 for the property located at 908 Southwest 7th Street. An inspection of the property is conducted on 7/20/24, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swale areas. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 11/9/24, and the violations remained. The city is requesting 15 days or $50 per day thereafter until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 2407-0033, case address 425 Southwest 18th Avenue. Owner Raul Flavia Gafara and Margarita Gafara, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Edward Easton, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407-0033 for the property located at 425 Southwest 18th Avenue. Inspection of the property is conducted on 7/10/24, and the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.A, an oak tree was removed from the zoned RM15 residential property without first obtaining a permit. The violation is now complied. Violation 9-304B is complied. 9-306 is complied. The city is requesting a one-time fine of $150 for the tree being removed without first obtaining a permit.
So ordered.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 2409-0004, case address 308 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 102124, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting case CE 24090419, address 100 Northwest 7th Avenue.
308 Northeast 4th Street.
Oh, that's Jessica's case. That's Officer Jessica Martinez's case.
Good afternoon, Jessica Martinez presenting on behalf of previous officer Marco Aguilera for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2409-0004, address 308 Northeast 4th Street. This case was first cited on September 1st, 2024 for the following violations. 18-12A, complied. This is a repeat violation, reference case CE 230-50852. 47-21.9.m. Sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover as required. This is a repeat violation, CKCE 230500852. 47-34-1A1, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, 2024, and the following violation has not met compliance. 47-21.9M, as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting for the following. For violation 18-12A, it's complied. However, this is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050852. The city is requesting for the imposition of fines of $200 for each time the violation was observed, which include the dates of September 1st, September 15th, September 30th, and October 21st. This sums the total fine amount to be $800. And for 47-21.9M, a fine of $200 a day until compliance is met. This is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050852.
How many days was it?
For which one? That one was first observed on September 1st as well, and it's still ongoing. Compliance hasn't been met. Yeah,
Times how many days?
until compliance is met.
Oh, okay. Okay, so both are continuing?
No, the first one is complied, $800.
Okay. All right, okay, I got that.
Next case, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 24090419, case address 100 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Miller Property Invest LLC, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting case CE 24090419, address 100 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case was first cited on September 22nd, 2024 for the following violations. 18-12A has complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation. See case CE 230500829. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether compliance is met or not. 9-280H, parentheses 1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is leaning over. Violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are weeds growing through the cracks and potholes. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024, and violation 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, and 47-20.20, parentheses H, remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
And a finding of fact on 1812?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 24040726, case address 317 Southwest 6th Street, owner Ada Investments, Inc., posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of Previous Officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2404726, address 317 Southwest 6th Street. This case was first cited on April 23, 2024 for the following violations. 47-20.20 parentheses H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are large cracks and potholes throughout the parking area, front and rear. Parking stripes are faded and not clearly visible. Parking stops are dirty and discolored. Weeds growing through the cracks in the pavement. Broken parking stops laying in the grass area. 47-19.4.D.8 complied. Violation 47-19.4.C.2. There is a dumpster that is not being stored in its approved enclosure. Dumpster stored in the rear parking lot. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls, fascia, soffits, and exterior walkway floor have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Violation 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or is swell. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, grass. Violation 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of items including but not limited to buckets, boxes, milk crates, jugs, etc. at the rear of the building. Violation 15-28 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024, and found the violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, 47-19 parentheses, .4.C.2, 9-306, and 18-12A, 9-305B, and 47-31.1.8.1 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 2407-0775, case address 301 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Little Boss Holdings, LLC, certified mail delivered on 11/1/24, posted at 1 East Broward, 10/30/24.
Senior Officer Gail Williams, presenting on behalf of previous officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2407-0775, address 301 Northwest 12th Avenue. This case was first cited on July 30th, 2024 for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case, CE 210-70094, and will be brought before the special magistrate whether the compliance is met or not. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this RC15 property. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of items including but not limited to bricks, boxes, bottles, jugs, etc. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case, CE 210-70094, and will be brought before the special magistrate whether compliance is met or not. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and gutters, are in disrepair. Fascia is also dirty and stained. 18-4C complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass and lawn area. 9-363 complied. Violation 47-34.4.81 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 2nd, 2024, and violations 9-305B, 47-34.1.8.1, 9-306, and 9-304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a daily fine of $200 per violation per day thereafter.
63 or 100, right?
60.
Or 200, okay. Did you say 9-363 was complied?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next case, bottom of page 16, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 24070929, case address 1209 Northwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner 1209 Northwest 2nd Street Trust, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous Officer Marco Aguilera for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 2407029, address 1209 Northwest 2nd Street, 1 through 4. This case was first cited on July 31st, 2024 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or incomplete. 47-20.20, parentheses H, the parking area at this RMM 25 zone property is in disrepair. The gravel portion of the parking area was observed with overgrown weeds, uneven in disrepair. As per 47-20.13.F, multifamily properties are not allowed to utilize gravel. 18-12A, comply. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 6, 2024, and violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, and 9-363 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 47-20.20, parentheses H, and 15 days for 9-363, or a fine of $200 per violation each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Marco Aguilera, Gail Williams, presenting case number CE 2406037, case address 911 Southwest 11th Avenue, owner Knobs Marina, Inc. This case is complied. Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 240800215, case address 114 Northwest 5th Street, owner Ronnie I. Pickle, posted at property 101524, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 240800215 for the property located at 114 Northwest 5th Street. This property was cited under case number CE 240200413 on February 15th, and time given to comply for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property on its swale. On February 28th, the violation was compliant and the case was closed. On 8/9/2024, the property was again cited for the same violation and complied on 10/7. The violation at the property is now in compliance. However, the city is requesting a finding of fact that this is a recurring violation, and any subsequent violation of this code will be cited as a repeat violation with a daily fine of $100 for each day of the violation that exists.
So ordered.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 240900619, case address 311 Southeast 15th Avenue, owner 1402 Las Olas LLC, posted at property 101724, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 240900619 for the property located at 311 Southeast 15th Avenue. This property was cited under case number CE 231000876 on October 26 of 2023, and time given to comply for the following violation. 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way sidewalk area. On November 14th of 2023, the violation was complied and the case was closed. On 9/24, the property was again cited for the same violation and complied in 11/06. The violation at the property is now in compliance. However, the city is requesting a finding of fact that this is a recurring violation, and any subsequent violation of this code will be cited as a repeat violation with a daily fine of $100 per day for each of the violations that exist.
So ordered.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090009, case address 316 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 102124, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Good afternoon, Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24090009, address 316 Northeast 4th Street. This case was first inspected on September 1st, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 47-21.9M, sections of this vacant lot have no long cover as required. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted, and the violation has not met compliance. 47-21.9M as shown in the photos for the record. At this time, the city is requesting the following: 10 additional days for compliance or fines of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090026, case address 317 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 102124, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24090026, address 317 Northeast 3rd Street. This case was first inspected on September 1st, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-21.9M, sections of this vacant lot have no long cover as required. This is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050858. At this time, the city is requesting fines of $200 a day from the time it was first observed until compliance is met. The violation was first observed on September 1st, and as of November 5th, 2024, the property remains in violation.
Okay, is it in compliant? It's, it remains in violation. Okay, so it's a repeat violation, so I'm ordering $200 a day from the day it was first discovered.
And then what about 1812? She said there were fines again to
Oh,
Jessica?
Yes.
And 1812A,
It was complied.
no fines?
No.
Fine and a fine?
For 1812A, I don't have it as
it's
a
a repeat
or
violation.
1812A.
Yeah.
I would have to see for a minute.
Okay, take a look then.
Okay.
Can we want to pass it? Yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back.
Thank you.
Absolutely, you should check. All right.
Okay, next case, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090088, case address 307 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 10824, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24090088, address 307 Northeast 3rd Street. This case was first inspected on September 4th, and the following violation was observed: 18-12A, which is not complied. However, this is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050858. The city is requesting for a fine of $200 for September 4th, the day the violation was observed.
So ordered. It's what? I thought it's complied.
Yeah, she said complied. Oh, complied, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one is complied, but it's a repeat violation.
All right, so it's $200 from September 4th to when? When was it complied?
It was complied September 15th, so it's just $200 for the day that the violation was observed.
Oh, okay, so it's just $200 total. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so ordered.
Next case, Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090093, case address 309 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 10824, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 24090093, address 309 Northeast 3rd Street. This case was first inspected on September 4th, 2024, and the following violation was observed: 18-12A, which is now complied. However, this is a repeat violation. Reference case CE 23050856. The city is requesting for a fine of $200 for September 4th, the day the violation was observed.
So. Complied or not complied? It's complied.
It's complied.
All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090288, case address 700 North Andrews Avenue, owner North Andrews QOZ LLC, posted at property 101824, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Jessica Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 2090288, address 700 North Andrews Avenue. This case was first inspected on September 11th, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied. This is a recurring violation. See case CE 21060427, and 18-12A complied. A reinspection was conducted on October 8th, and all the violations were complied as shown in the photos for the record. However, 18-1 is a reoccurring violation. Reference case CE 21060427. At this time, the city is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Jessica Martinez, case number CE 24090771, case address 321 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC, posted at property 102124, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case CE 24090771, address 321 Northeast 3rd Street. This case was first inspected on September 30th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-34-1A1, there is illegal land use occurring. There is a large storage pod being stored at this RAC-CC zone property. 47-2020H, there are parking facilities that are not being maintained at this property. There are weeds growing through the cracks of the pavement, and there are also potholes throughout the facility. 18-12A, there is landscape debris consisting of palm fronds. This is a repeat violation. See case CE 23110199. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 5th, and all violations remain. At this time, the city is seeking for the following: for 47-34-1A1, 10 additional days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. For 47-2020H, 63 additional days for compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter. And for 18-12A, a daily fine of $200 until compliance is met. This is a repeat violation. Reference case CE 23110199.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24080697, case address 1300 South State Road 7, owner Clarissa Sharp and Eric Sharp, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
This is Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 240800697 at address 1300 South State Road 7. This case was first cited on August 27, 2024 for the following violations: 47-22.9 complied, 24-7B complied, 18-12A complied. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or its swale on the property and in the rear of the property. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case number CE 24050-670. Fines shall begin to accrue immediately in the amount of $100 per day. This fine will run daily until compliance is met. This case will be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing, whether it comes into compliance or not, to impose the fines accrued. Inspections were conducted on August 27, August 28, September 4, and September 8. The overgrowth was complied on September 8. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 3, and the property remained in compliance. The city is requesting a total of a $300 fine to be imposed for 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, page 23, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 240800713, case address 3133 Southwest 15th Street, owner United Cerebral Palsy of Broward County, Inc. This case is complied. Next case, page 24, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 240900064, case address 3665 Southwest 16th Street, owner Heather Hanson, posted at property 102224, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
This is Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240900064 at address 3665 Southwest 16th Street. This case was first cited on September 3, 2024 for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 200-50819. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Section 47-34-1A1. There is illegal land use occurring at this RS-8 zoned property. There is outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, buckets, motor oil, and gasoline containers. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 200-50819. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. And 9-304B complied. There are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 200-50819. The case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 3, 2024, and the following violations remain. 9-305B and 47-34-1A1. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days for violation 47-34-1A1 and a compliance deadline of 63 days for violation 9-305B and for a daily fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter. The city is also seeking a finding of fact for violation 9-304B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 240900505, case address 3310 Southwest 16th Street, owner Beth Angeski, posted at property 101424, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
This is Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240900505 at address 3310 Southwest 16th Street. This case was first cited on September 18, 2024 for the following violations. 18-12A complied. There's overgrowth on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 24050012. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. And 47-34-1A1 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 3, 2024, and the property was found in compliance. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violation 18-12A.
So ordered.
Next case, case number CE 24050645, case address 2425 Bimini Lane, owner David Blair, inspector Matthew Flesher. This case is complied. Next case, page 26, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24100059, case address 3548 Southwest 15th Street, owner Paul R. Rafferty, personal service on 10/21/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
This is Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24100059 at address 3548 Southwest 15th Street. This case was first cited on October 2, 2024 for the following violations. 1812A, complied. There's overgrowth on this property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22010499.
Where are the pictures? Okay. All right, continue.
This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. 9-304B, complied. The cement driveway is in disrepair. The cement driveway has broken pieces in it. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22010499. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Section 47-21, 16A, complied. 9-305B, complied. And 18-1, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on November 4, 2024, and all the violations were complied. The city is seeking a finding of fact for violations 18-12A and 9-304B.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, let me just give me a second to catch up. Okay. Finding of fact granted.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24070043, case address 2471 Bimini Lane, owner Susan Sheridan Garlett's Trust. This case is complied. Next case, page 28, Inspector Matthew Flesher, case number CE 24100008, case address 3160 Southwest 17th Street, owner Hein Duke Farm, posted at property 10/21/24, posted at 1 East Broward 10/30/24.
This is Code Inspector Matthew Flesher for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24100008 at address 3160 Southwest 17th Street. This case was first cited on October 1, 2024 for the following violations. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence on the east side is missing a slat, and the gate on the west side is falling over. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 20110026. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Section 18-1. There is storage underneath the carport, items including but not limited to propane tanks, buckets, and paint cans at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 20110026. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. 9-304B. The gravel driveways are in disrepair. There is grass growing through them. The cement driveway has cracks and there is grass growing through it. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 200-60751. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Section 9-308B. There is debris, trash, or other element which is not permanent on the roof. There is remnants of blue material hanging from the roof and on the roof. Section 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing, peeling paint. The brick has stains, and the gutter and fascia have stains. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 20110026. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. Section 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 200-60751. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on November 3, 2024, and all of the violations remained. The city is seeking a compliance deadline of 15 days for violation 18-1 and a compliance deadline of 63 days for violations 9-305B, 9-306, 9-308B, 9-304B, and 9-280H1, and a daily fine of $50 per day per violation to run thereafter.
That was 15 days, and the rest were?
63.
63 and 50 a day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 24100128, case address 1607 Northeast 4th Place, owner Gregory Charles Graves, posted at property 102324, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Wanda Aquavilla for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on September 5th, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on November 7th, 2024, where a check of Hamari revealed that the advertisement has been taken down. The city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did exist.
So ordered. What?
Next case, page 31,
Yes,
Inspector
they took
Leonard
the-
Champagne. Case number CE 24100052, case address 2144 Northeast 64th Street, owner Green Wealth LLC, in care of Northwest Registered Agent LLC, posted at property 101524, posted at 1 East Broward 103024.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale for CE 24100052, case address 2144 Northeast 64th Street. This property was cited on 10/3/2024 for 15281A. This vacation rental property is operating with expired certificate. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing, unless the vacation rental certificate is obtained by the property. This violation was complied by removing their listings, so the city is requesting a finding of fact that the violation did occur, and if the violation occurs again, immediate fine of $250 per day be imposed.
So ordered.
We're going back to Jessica's case on page 20. Case number CE 24090026, case address 317 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC.
Inspector Martinez with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code compliance, presenting case CE 24090026, address 317 Northeast 3rd Street. This case was first inspected on September 1st, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. This is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050858, and 47-21 9.m. Sections of this vacant lot have no lawn covered as required. This is a repeat violation, reference case CE 23050858. At this time, the city is requesting a fine of $200 for September 1st, 2024, the day the violation was first observed, for 18-12A. And for 47-21.9M, the city is requesting fines of $200 a day from the time it was first observed until compliance is met.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Before, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24020018, case address 5331 Northwest 35th Terrace, owner Centauri Water Group, Inc. This case was first heard 5/14/24 to comply by 7/9/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35. Inspector Paul Smart, Leonard Champagne, presenting case number CE 24080668, case address 2413 Nassau Lane, owner Joe Lusant. This case was first cited 8/23/24 to comply by 8/23/24. Three sections complied at $250 per day, $750 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 9/7/24, and no appeal was received.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 24080668, 2413 Nassau Lane. This property was cited on 8/23/24 for the following violations, citations. 15278-1E, immediate fine of $250, a vacation rental standard parking violation occurring at this property. 15278-2B, immediate fine of $250, the maximum occupancy of the property is being exceeded. And citation 17771A, violation 17771A, immediate fine of $250. There is an amplified sound coming from this residential property. The city is requesting the full amount of $750. The appeal deadline was on 9/7/2024, and no appeal was received.
Okay, $750 granted.
Would Your Honor like to listen to the video?
Oh.
There's a video.
$750, thank you.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 241000135, case address 828 Southwest 16th Street, owner Ilya Drawer. This case was first cited 10/5/24 to comply by 10/5/24. One section complied at $250 per day for a total of $250. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 10/20/24 and no appeal was received.
But don't we have pictures? Do we have pictures of that? I mean, I get no appeal was received, but I think we still need to have the evidence. Oh, do you have pictures for 828 Southwest 16th Street? Perfect.
Okay. $250 fine.
Next case, page 38, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 240300583, case address 504 Southwest 11th Street, owner Rick Lentz. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 8/9/24. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24070403, case address 412 Southwest 12th Street, owner Sandra L. Millian and Jacobo Quinones. This is to vacate and close.
So ordered.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 240300944, case address 11 Southeast 12th Avenue, owner Abraham Avi Manoa. This case was first heard at 5/30/24 to comply by 8/29/24. Three sections complied at $50 per day, $10,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 240100444, case address 900 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner David Kadar and Shawl and Benny Kadar. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 8/23/24. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $16,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 23100465, case address 2305 Northwest 9th Court, owner Family Land Trust number 2305, Jerry Riggs trustee. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 9/10/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 56. 55? Oh. Page 55, Inspector Bernstein Seinbert, case number CE 2402039, case address 2512 Laguna Drive, owner Forrest E. Patton Revocable Trust. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 10/24/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $1,900 accrued. The fines continue to accrue, and this was a request for extension. So we're imposing.
Impose the fine.
No?
It would just be a denial. I would
Denial of
suggest a
extension.
denial of an extension because since the property owner's not here, we don't know how much time.
Okay, deny extension, got it.
And then it'll be set for Massey, right?
Got it. Next case, page 56, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2406-0011, case address 301 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Historic Westside School LLC. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 9/10/24. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $18,900 accrued, and this was also a request for extension.
Okay, deny the request and impose the fine.
No, we're not imposing, we're gonna reset.
Deny and reset for Massey.
Oh, okay.
The city is requesting to enter pages 57 and 58 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Tuesday, November 12th, 2024.